Padel. And while we live in Padel, welcome Africa. ESPN Africa broadcasting this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. For the very first time, ESPN broadcasting the world of Padel to its 55 countries and territories. It reaches predominantly on the DSTV Bouquet channel 219. This Betsson Swedish Masters held here in Halmstad, Stora Torget, and I'm Paulo de Carma, and I'm going to be keeping you company for this afternoon. Two Humdinger semi-finals on the cards, and joining me in the chair we have my esteemed colleague Gonzalo Ubina. Welcome, Gonzalo.
Hello, Paulo. Hello, everyone watching us at home. Finally, semi-finals, Paulo. Here we are.
Indeed. Long week. Rain interrupted day one and day two, causing quite a backlog on matches, but eventually matches were caught up, and here we are on schedule, semi-finals of this wonderful tournament. And as we look at the backdrop there of Halmstad, beautiful aerial shots of the river. Here we are, this magnificent arena, and overshadowed there by the Halmstad Cathedral. And you can see on the clock there on the top, 1600 hours local time. First semi-final on the card. Really a treat. The #1 seeds, and before I get on the #1 seeds, these are dream semi-finals really, aren't they, Gonzalo? Because the #1, 2, 3 and 4 seeded pairings are playing each other in the semi-finals.
They couldn't be better. These are the dream semi-finals. Exactly, we have 1, 2, 3 and 4 couple in the ranking. The first one will face Maxi Arce and Franco Dal Bianco, and these guys were just entering the court, Diego Ramos and El Loco Torre.
Diego Ramos, a veteran of the world of Padel, 38 years of age, from Uruguay in South America, now a resident of Spain, but a veteran of many tournaments throughout various global Padel tours. And Diego Ramos coming on board there to applause from the crowd, and a big smile on his face. He's going to be enjoying this moment.
Yes, he is a very solid right side player, a lot of experience. For sure, he knows what is to play a semi-final.
Yeah, indeed, and Diego Ramos not a stranger to semi-finals. This year alone, he's been a finalist twice and a semi-finalist 3 times in previous tournaments. Whoa, big round of applause there as his partner comes on track, onto court, and Agustin Torre, affectionately known as El Loco.
El Loco, the crazy Torre.
And of course, for you viewers out there, El Loco doesn't refer to his psychological well-being, but about the crazy, wonderful things that he does on a paddle court. He's certainly taken to the title. He's even branded his shirt El Loco. Look at that big smile, waving at the crowd. And look at that.
And what about this guy, Paulo?
This guy is a master. You know he's my favorite. Maxi Arce, Maximiliano Arce from Salta in Argentina. And the second part, the right-hand side player of the #1 pairing in the world today, Maxi Arce.
Let's welcome now his teammate, another really solid and fantastic player, Franco Dal Bianco. Pure class, athleticism. Wow, just a pleasure to watch him play.
Indeed, poetry in motion. Franco Dal Bianco, only 23 years of age, from Quilmes in Argentina, and both Dal Bianco and Maxi Arce, now residents of Buenos Aires, traveling the world as the #1 ranked players on this A1 Padel Global Tour. Here they are on center court, and with them, the man in black there, umpire Sergio Ramos, who has a dual role as not only the senior umpire on the tour, but also the director of sport on the A1 Padel Global Tour. And he'll be telling them to warm up, giving them the match balls. There was a toss there, and he will have explained to them the little peculiarities and what he's looking for in fair play in the match.
the players start the warm-up. And Paulo, let me say that it's not the first time that we're gonna see Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce facing Ramos and Torre. It's the 6th time already in this season, so they played in every tournament. And the result, Paulo, every time has been the same. Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce pulling up with the win.
So the form very much in the hands of Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco. Strong favorites, would you say, for this match?
For sure, yes. For sure, they're the number ones. They won the last tournament. They played these guys 6 times. They won 6 times. So I think they're clearly the favorites.
Yeah, we have on screen here for you at home the road to the semi-finals, and you can see there Del Bianco and Arce, big win. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy in the earlier round, 6-2 to 6-love to Diego Simon and Raul Peralta. And previous to that, taking out Relis Ferreira and Martin Abud 6-3 and 6-4. And the path there for Ramos and Loco Torre, not as easy. A few complications along the way, but yeah, they are nevertheless.
And they have played also 2 matches yesterday. So let's see how their physical form is for this match. They need it in 100% or 110% to beat these guys.
Late start this morning, so a little bit extra time for players to recuperate. And, you know, in saying that Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco are favorites, we're not really undermining the potential of Loco Torre and Diego Ramos. After all, this is the game of paddle, and on any given day anything can happen. But besides the fact that's there, Diego Ramos is a super solid player, very few mistakes, and he's going to be defending everything that Franco Del Bianco is going to be aiming at him. And likewise, Agustin Torre is going to be looking for anything short that Maxi gives him, and he's going to be looking to punish it. And of course, putting his Loco traits into action. I mean, yesterday he raised the, you know, there's no roof here, but if there was a roof, it would have been raised with a crowd, with some of those drop shots that he put together here. And of course, the shot of the day, that Dormilona that he put through here, which was really an incredible shot. And Gonzalo can explain to the layman out there what a Dormilona is, because it's certainly a shot all paddle players aspire to play.
Yeah, when your opponent hits a smash and you go running towards the net and you slice it, you put it to sleep on the net on the other side with a lot of spin, and it goes into the net, but in the other side. So it's a very aesthetical shot. We saw actually Maxi Arce doing a really beautiful one yesterday against Peralta and Simon.
Yes, indeed he did. And not easy to do, and certainly a dream wish list type of shot for paddle players of all levels. Really difficult to do, lots of technical ability required. Players still warming up, but you can see there Arce and Del Bianco at net this time. Strange coincidence, both teams with very similar colors, Gonzalo.
Yeah, for sure. We're gonna have to keep an eye on them, not to confuse. Indeed. I mean, we have one lefty, so that one is gonna be easy. The rest of them,
very well camouflaged there. And for the viewers out there, here we have the player card of Agustin Torre, number 6 on the A1 paddle ranking. And you know, number 6 usually applies to 5 and 6 because players play in pairs. There we have Franco Del Bianco, number 1. Huge quantity of ranking points due to their tournament wins. And Del Bianco and Arce have won 6 out of 8 tournaments on the tour this year.
Unreal numbers.
And in fact, they've won 5 out of 7. If they win today, it'll be 6 out of 8 and 9 out of the last 12, including the back end of last season. Unprecedented, real dominating performance by these guys. They really have clicked and just brushed aside everyone that comes at them.
They're winning everything. Let's see if they can make it again here in Sweden.
We talk about make it again. There we are. Sergio Perez, the man in black, the sheriff on court, going to keep the law and order between these four. We talk how dominating Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco are at winning all these tournaments and brushing everyone aside. But they don't really brush everyone aside. They don't go out there and win 6-love every time and everyone's scared of them. They take a challenge and they build up, right?
Yeah, sometimes we see them playing 3-set matches like we did actually during this tournament against a couple that were it was two players with I mean really low ranking compared to them, and they suffered. They went to the third set. They were just about not to lose, but to have a complication in their hands, and they pull it out. But that's the fact of being a number one. Not only winning in 2 sets, but being able to deal in that days where not everything is going well and pull up the matches, fight and get the win.
Yeah, and right now, umpire Sergio Perez has called time. Players have gone back to their benches. See on screen there, MC Habla, the man playing the background music and cheerleading this wonderful crowd on site. And he's done such a wonderful job this week. Everyone wants his playlist, and he's become one of the most popular guys
I want the playlist.
in the background. Hey, we want the playlist too. I agree. Some top-class stuff there from MC Habla. And,
do you think, Paulo, we're going to see more smashes today?
Yeah, I do think so. So throughout the week, the conditions have been rather heavy because of the rain. Lots of humidity in the air created a little bit of heaviness in the balls. The court took some time to dry out. But yesterday, full day of sun. Today, we've had a little bit of cloud, but generally sun all around. So I think we're going to get a lot more bounce on the balls.
I brought my sunglasses today. Indeed. I learned the lesson.
Indeed, and I think we're going to see more bounce on the ball, and I think we're going to see the guys going flat out. In saying that, a big change today in conditions as opposed to all the days of this week. Every day this week, the wind has blown in a northerly direction. Today, in a southerly direction. And we can see, if you have a look on your screen, top right-hand side of your screen, you can see a little white gazebo. That's where me and my fellow commentators are waving at you. And right to the right of that, there is a little flag, and you can see how it's waving, and it's waving in a northerly direction. And you'll find that in a northerly direction, which is the direction on your screen towards Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce, the ball will carry, and in the direction where Torre and Diego Ramos are right now, the ball will slow down. Meantime, the match has started, and Maxi Arce is serving 15-love up.
What I've seen, Paulo, during this week is that Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco try to start really strong, get an early break, and you know, get a difference from the beginning.
15 all. See there, Arce and Del Bianco at the net, controlling proceedings. And for the uninitiated, the control of the position of the net, a super important factor in the sport of paddle. Hence why there are so many lobs, and because you want to push for position. And with Torre and Ramos rooted to the back of the court there, Franco Del Bianco has his way, and Maxi Arce attempts the same thing. It goes straight into the top of the net. 40-30.
Going fast.
High into the air. First big lob there from Ramos. Del Bianco goes for the smash.
Wow.
And
we have the first one.
First El Loco trademark shot running across the net there and tapping the ball out of the court.
That's why they call him El Loco.
Because he does loco things with this ball and bat. And right now we have a golden point. First golden point of the match. And once again, if you don't know the sport of paddle, Here we go, El Locutore straight into the side mesh. And first game for Del Bianco and Arce. For those of you who are not familiar with Golden Point, Golden Point is used to decide the deuce score in the sport of paddle at tournament level. And essentially, the receiving team chooses which player will receive the ball, and it becomes a sudden death point. And on that note, just a reminder of the tournament format and the match format: best of 3 sets with a tie break used to decide a 6-all scoreline. And Golden Points, as we saw earlier there, the decider of the deuce score. New balls at the start of the game, and new balls introduced again after 9 games in game 10, and again after another 11 in game 20. Maxi Arce there with a swivel, goes round. Big hook shot there from Ramos. And the exchanges go wild. Beautiful bajada shot there from El Toro off the glass. Towards the back there by Maxi Arce. Del Bianco well blocked. Players feeling each other out, trying to move one another as directions. And this time Maxi Arce changes direction, goes deep into the side, left-hand side of Torre, and Torre misjudges the bounce off the glass and unable to get it back.
That was all Maxi Arce.
All Maxi Arce, love 15. And I think we're going to see a lot more of all Maxi Arce. You saw in yesterday's game, Maxi came to the fore, and he really controlled, particularly in that last set. He took control, and I think he's going to do a lot more of that today. Building in confidence as the tournament goes by.
Again?
And, again, Maxi Arce straight down the line, down the parallel, and Torre not able to do anything with that. You can see him there trying desperately to reach. The ball drops as it slows. High into the air.
Ouch.
And this time, Agustin Torre goes for the big hit and straight to the body of Maxi Arce. And he raises his hand there in apology. No harm done, no malice intended. And this happens, right, Gonzalo? These guys go for the big hit. Sometimes
if you play
it connects.
paddle, you get a ball.
Not always painful. Sometimes, you know, it's just a big noise. But they don't do it on purpose. It's just something that happens. Am I right?
And sometimes it's on purpose. I mean, sometimes they see the rival on the net, and if you get an easy ball, you go for the player. But it's not something that, let's say, it's bad or... Wow, that was a costly mistake. 30-40.
And the first break opportunity for Del Bianco and Arce.
But yeah, to close the idea, yeah, sometimes they go for the body.
And this time, you can see the frustration there from Agustin Torre. He lofts that one into the back of the glass. You can see ball low there by Del Bianco. He goes for the block. Ball rises, hits the back of the glass, and we have the first break of the match. Early break as Franco Del Bianco picks the balls up and goes to serve in this very colorful camouflaged kit of theirs. And he goes to serve with the early advantage, 2-0.
For Torre and Ramos, Del Bianco and Arce are a nightmare.
A big hit there from Del Bianco. Torre once again showing his displeasure. He left that one short. It's not common of him to make errors like that. And hitting the advertising board on the net with his racket. This time, a better effort. A chiquita from the back of the court to Franco Del Bianco's feet, and unable to lift that higher than the net and get it over. Into the tin there.
Friendly fence.
Del Bianco does that quite a lot. He comes to the net after his serve, and he puts on that backhand volley into the fence, and he gets often he gets those friendly fence bounces.
One of his best shots, no doubt.
It's a let, a first service let, as Del Bianco comes back, 40-15, trying to roll the ball over his foot there. And fortunately, this is the sport he plays, paddle, not football. And you can see why there. Del Bianco preps the bandeja, goes down the middle. Torre defends well. And this time it's Del Bianco who oversteps, overhits into the glass. 40-30.
And once again, really solid start for the number ones.
And Torre there into the side fence, and 3-0. And Delgo takes some refreshment, and good advantage to have early in the game, confidence builder.
They always do the same. They push hard in the beginning, they take an early lead, and they keep going.
Right, and if you've just joined us, you can see there in your background the Halmstad Cathedral. You've joined us for the first semi-final on this Saturday for the Betsson Swedish Masters, the A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters, for the very first time in the southwestern city of Halmstad, the southwestern region of Sweden. And for the very first time, the A1 Padel Global Tour visiting Halmstad, and a really picturesque, quaint city, which we're told triples in population at this time of the year due to the influx of tourists. Really a great place to come and spend some time. A beach, one of the most beautiful beaches in Europe, just 10 minutes away, and a wonderful river and history surrounding this Halmstad Town Square where this arena is. You see there, good spirit from Agustin Torre, and as they walked on court, good mood. The mood has swung though for Torre, who comes back on court, and will hand the balls now to Diego Ramos to serve at love 3 in this first game of the semi-final.
Ramos and Torre really need to get one on the board as soon as possible.
Drop shot there from El Toro, El Loco. Oh, that drop shot, there we go. A little, very cheeky, eh? And Maxi Arce manages to get there, and it sends it right back to the other side, and Del Bianco just couldn't do anything with that.
Then his trademark, his shot.
And this time, Ramos into the net.
That's my shot.
Ramos about to serve, stops because Del Bianco and Arce go in have a chat to each other. High lob there from Del Bianco, and a lucky bounce there off the top of the net there for Agustin Torre.
Does that count as a drop shot?
It counts as a lucky shot.
We should have something on the stats about lucky shots.
Indeed, lucky shot. We should add that to the stats, you're right. Betsson Swedish Master, Gonzalo. We would be remiss not to talk about Betsson. Betsson, our name sponsor for this A1 Padel Swedish Masters. And Betsson are great supporters of the sport of paddle. But what they really do is they are the world leaders in sports betting. And you can go and check them out on www.betsson.com. And Betsson is providing paddle betting markets on the sport of paddle for several tournaments, but specifically for this very tournament and for this match and every match in this tournament, as well as tournament odds. Now, I know you're a keen examiner of betting odds, and what odds did Betsson have for this game. How favorite were Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco in this game?
Well, Franco Del Bianco and Arce clearly favorites to take the win. It was paying 1.32. And on the other side, Loco Torre and Ramos paying 3.10.
Wow.
So
that's strong favoritism. That means
clearly
a 32% return as opposed to a 300% return with the opposing players. Franco Del Bianco goes for the big hit straight into the back glass and out of the court. Ramos chases it out, but is unable to get it back. And imagine having odds on that big smash succeeding or not. Betsson, of course, the main sponsor of this A1 Padel Swedish Master, and you can go and check them out on www.betsson.com. That's BETSSON, and go and check out what they're doing. In the meantime, you can focus on checking out what's going on screen, and Torre and Ramos have pulled one back, got a tick on the board, and Maxi Arce is now serving 30 love up.
great block.
Great interception. Great interception there from Torre. You can see he was just in the right place at the right time, able to execute the finishing shot.
Perfect read, yeah. Let's keep in mind that the winner of this match will play against the winner of the other semifinal, played between Juani de Pascual and Gonzalfonso against Leonel Tolito Aguirre and Adrián Tito Alemandi.
Another mouth-watering affair. Second seeded playing the fourth seeded, and we couldn't ask for better, could we, Gonzalo?
That's going to be a super, super good match. I have really high expectations about that one. Another mistake by Franco Del Bianco, and that means they have Loco Torre and Ramos have 2 break points.
For the very first time in this game, an opportunity to break Arce and Del Bianco. Del Bianco goes for the big one, doesn't quite get it right, and Loco Torre swivels, backflips, and uses his wrist to take power into the back of that ball, straight into the ground and out of the court. The break has taken place, and at the turn, Torre will come back to serve to look for parity. We're going to go to the benches and hear what is going on there.
Cerremos la cancha, el chico. Si no, entramos en la jugada que quiere él. ¿Ven? Y después, cuando vas con la bandera.
Aparte, nos vamos tranquilos. Si las corremos todas, ganamos, perdemos, nos vamos tranquilazo. Hacemos la de la. Por eso te estoy diciendo. Tenés razón, Diego. Pocas veces, pero tenés razón. Dale. Este saquecito nos quebraron hoy. Vamos que saque, vamos que saque. Eso. No, saca la esquina.
¿Del hombro?
Sí.
Para que salgan por abajo, voy por abajo.
Bueno, a Maxi viste que hoy a Franco le sacaste el drive y erró un resto de derecha.
Sí.
Y después restó otra por abajo, que a mí me quedó en el revés y la erré de este lado, pero la había restado por abajo.
Bien.
Así que igual a...
Movimiento a favor, ¿no?
Sí.
Allá, vamos con los globos. El globo ahí, y cuando queda fabricado el espacio, ese lugar que yo te marqué antes del partido está vacío. Aprovechémoslo. Viste que le entraste con una derecha, no vino alguien por ahí. Dale, vamos, no lo metamos nosotros, vamos. Empezar.
And Paolo Volpi was saying, the coach was saying, stay closer to the net. We're volleying a step, I mean, not really close to the net. So let's push and be really, really focused to execute the volleys.
And a new innovation here from A1 Padel, and courtside action there, allowing you, the spectator, and us commentators to listen in to tactics by coaches and interaction between players at the switch.
It's amazing.
It is amazing. It brings a new dynamic and a new perspective into the game.
we learn a lot, and it also allows us to understand what's happening on the court.
Why they're doing what they're doing and what they're planning to do.
So I wouldn't be surprised now to see Franco Dal Bianco and Maxi Arce go closer to the net.
And yeah, they are. As you speak it, they move together. And here we go. And Diego Ramos with a high lob straight into the back of the net. Love 30. And they'll be certainly trying to get the break straight back. Diego Ramos wants to say in that and takes the score to 15-30.
He's not a big hitter, so he went for the víbora, attacking the corner. Sometimes effect is better than power.
This time Arce tries to gain some ground. High lob there from Del Bianco and goes behind El Torre, but skins the bottom end of the glass, and you can see the what it means to them. 30 all, and the disadvantage clawed back there.
That got caught by the wind, Paulo.
Wind assistance. Certainly a factor. Remember, as we mentioned earlier, the wind for the very first time this week changing direction, and as my esteemed colleague Gonzalo alluded there, assisting those lobs to carry to the one side of the court and slowing them down to the other side. Wind not very strong, but considerable enough to create the chaos. And this time it's a turn of Ramos with a lob straight into the back of the glass.
And we have 2 new break points now for Dal Bianco and Arce.
We said earlier in the game that they'd be looking to get this break back and get back into advantage in the set. You can see there Torre and Ramos in discussion, readjusting strategy as the game evolves. And Torres' serve comes up. Del Bianco with a high lob, and again possibly the wind assisting once more. Gonzalo,
2 lob shots in a row from Dal Bianco going straight into the glass. The wind becoming an enemy for him.
we have the golden point being played right now. Loco goes with the power. Ramos to the corner. This time Agustin Torre takes the power off, gets the lucky bounce there, but play continues. Arce in the air. The bandeja there from Torre, and a lucky bounce the other way around this time from Arce. And this time it's left short, and Franco Del Bianco goes hard deep to the left-hand side. Torre chases just as he did in the first game of this match, but he couldn't clip it, completely missed. And you can see there the jubilation on Franco Del Bianco's face as they go 4-2 up in this first set, and Franco Del Bianco prepares to serve.
4-2 up now for the Argentinians, the number ones. Solid start. They've been doing this all week, getting a strong start, taking the lead. And from that moment, just doing usual business. Very important now for them to keep the rhythm, keep the pace, and now try not to give the serve away, as they did in the last time. Good way to start. Good rulo by Franco Del Bianco. He's so smart. When he sees the player running to the net, he goes for the feet and wins the point. Or if he doesn't, he gets a weak block and then he wins it in the next ball. El Loco, he saved one extra ball. Now Franco Del Bianco punishing that right Ramos corner. Franco Dal Bianco setting the pace, setting the rules in this first set. These two players, well, these four players have faced each other 6 times in the season, with 6 wins for the number ones. So you can imagine the frustration from El Loco Torre and Diego Ramos. 40 love now for the number ones. And the chance to take and extend the lead to 5-2. Loco Torre.
And 5-2 it is, Gonzalo.
Yes.
Just like that, from a difficult position in the previous match where they were fighting for a break. They eventually get the break, come out, and boom, boom, bang.
Boom, boom, bang.
5-2 up they go in this first set. And at the turn, Diego Ramos will be coming back and trying to claw back into the set at 2-5 down. And you can hear the crowd being encouraged there by MC Avila. And right now on your screens, you see the 4 young men on the court, court marshals and ball boys cleaning the court, getting the wetness out of the glass. Of course, the court gets wet as the players bump into the glass with the perspiration. And these young boys have had a whale of a time this week. They're local junior paddle players at a local club, volunteering here and sharing close space with some of the world's top paddle players. Imagine, Gonzalo, you are 12 years old, you love paddle, you play paddle every day, and you get to be a ball boy to some of the world's great players.
You see these guys on TV, and the next day you're with them in the court. That's just a dream for them.
It is a dream indeed, I know. Especially the one who's bouncing on the ball in front of us, just in front of the commentary box. His name is Jess, and we had a chat with him earlier off air, and he's loving every minute. He can't wait. He wants to know if the tournament can be extended by a week. He's having so much fun.
A couple of weeks like a tennis Grand Slam, right?
Indeed.
We should do it.
What a good idea. Players back on court, and Diego Ramos to serve to Maxi Arce.
Loco Torre and Diego Ramos know that they have to win this game. If not, they can say goodbye to the first set. Another hit by Arce and Dal Bianco. So 15 love now. El Loco Torre with the bandeja, but Dal Bianco was there with the block. Now playing a lob shot that goes just wide into the glass. 30 love. They have 2 points. And Paulo, we've seen in this first set that the number ones are just clutch and key in the most important moments of the set. And that's the difference.
That is the difference. And that's why they're number one, right? So here we are, 30-15. Just a reminder, if you've just joined us, it's 30-15 and 2 games to 5 as Diego Ramos serves in the first set of the first semi-final of this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. And the crowd, quite a good crowd here, and lots more building up just outside of this area, a festival type arena. Lots of activations and sponsor activities, as well as food stalls and lots of things to do for the family. Big screen, and everybody getting really ready for the event tonight. A big party. Some local famous DJ will be spinning the discs and playing the tunes for the crowd here in attendance right now, and the one that'll trickle in for the second semi-final. 5-3, Ramos and Torre managed to claw one back, and Maxi Arce serving at 5-3 up and looking to wrap up this first set. and go for some refreshments. Come back with a clear head for the second set. Love 15. Bianco goes, fakes the smash, doesn't quite get enough power off it. He forces Ramos back into the corner, as does Arce. Now Bianco changes direction, goes to Torre this time. 1-2. Torre equal to the task, and Del Bianco with the block straight into the fence. Love 30.
Great job there, patience, working the point, looking for the moment to push and go to the net. And also
Torre and
forcing
Ramos
the
are not going to
mistake.
give up the set so easily.
For sure,
It looks
they're not.
easy. The scoreline tells one story, and what we're watching on the court tells a completely different one.
At the end of the day, they're still the number 3 in the rankings. And that's for a reason.
And there we go. Beautiful return there from Torre, and this time it's Maxi Arce who can't control the ball, and as it goes into the back of the glass. Love 40, 4 break points here on offer, and this will complicate matters slightly for the number ones. There we go. El Loco Torre doing El Loco things once again. High pace rally, big lift off the back of the glass, and it's incredible how he got that ball to slow down at the net. Such high impact.
That ball went for a nap now. Sleeping. And this is 5-4, Paulo.
The end result of that is a break.
Yeah, exactly. They had a break, an opportunity to close it, and once again, how hard it is to close a set.
Yeah, let's see what they have to say on the bench after that.
Contame bien qué es lo que nos pasó para que nos quiebren de este lado. ¿Es el lado más difícil al que vamos ahora? No. ¿Pero qué nos pasó? Sí, yo para mí no fue más difícil. Sí, ahora para mí está siendo el lado más difícil ahora. Claro, sí. Para ellos y para nosotros. ¿Sí? Vamos a tratar de no errar, de bolear un poco antes de pared, que nos tiren el globo sin pared. Dale. Y no errar porque ahora nosotros jugamos bien, pero ellos tiran 2 bolas afuera de la nada. Sí.
Sí, podemos. Bien. Vamos a ponerlo un poquito sólidos hasta que encontramos esa chiquita allá, o el globo largo y la caminamos la cancha para adelante. Pero la chiquita allá, que vos le tires, si te sentís cómodo, sirve. ¿Está bien? Ahora, necesitamos ponernos sólidos y levantar la intensidad de las piernas. Saquemos un poquito la volea, la pelota de la volea de Diego, de la volea de revés, que es la volea que él tira.
Entra muy lanzado. Pues.
Entra muy lanzado. Por más que saque él, vamos por el otro lado. Ya, vamos a presionar él, vamos por el otro lado. Vamos, vamos, Frank. Vamos, vamos. Necesito otro lenguaje.
Activa, negro, activa.
Vamos, 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 vamos. Vamos, viejo. Vamos, 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 vamos.
And Paulo, it was really interesting because El Loco Torre and Ramos were saying that the side where they have to serve now, it's quite hard to play. It's harder than the other one, so special attention to this one.
Well, they're looking into the sun there, so the sun just behind the end where Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce are standing, and that makes perfect sense as Torre and Ramos are staring straight into the sun with those high balls. 4-5 the scoreline. Great retrieval there by Maxi Arce. And this time, Del Bianco with the error. Big inquiry there. And
let's have a look. Del Bianco and Arce saying it's in.
And it doesn't matter what we think. El Loco thinks it's out. Maxi and Franco think it's in, and umpire Sergio Perez, the sheriff in town, says it's out. So 15-love is the scoreline. Another great pickup there from Maxi Arce, and this time Torre into the net. 15-all the scoreline. Deep serve there, and Arce not able to get enough lift from that return. Going over the head of Ramos there, Arce. And a big duel on the cards here between Ramos and Arce. So Bianco moving Ramos into the middle, down the side, and that one just out of reach. 30-all the scoreline.
And out of this point, we could have a set point, actually. So special attention for Torre and Ramos.
Torre to Arce. Arce overhitting that.
That's a mistake they have to avoid at all cost. You cannot give a point for free in a semi-final.
This time Del Bianco goes high. Torre cautious as well, goes into the corner. A little bit more power there now. And Ramos goes big. There's the Maxi Arce bajada, and it never fails. Best bajada in the land. In the land of A1 Padel for sure, and
saucy.
With that shot, we get the golden point, and the crowd goes wild.
Golden point, set point.
Ramos and Torre in conversation. Umpire calls them their attention to the time wasting. And Torre goes sideways, gets that fortunate bounce off the fence, and no set point there. Instead, a clawback. 5 games all, Franco Del Bianco to serve, and advantage gone. Even Stevens, honors even.
Ramos and Torre are still alive.
A little bit too long there on that first one from Del Bianco. And Ramos moving into the center of the net area there very fast. Blocks that into the fence. Difficult to control these balls when they're coming at such high pace, Gonzalo.
Totally.
And big kick smash there from Franco Del Bianco. Banga out of the court.
That one went almost to Diego Ramos and Torres' bench.
Incredible power that he generates there.
No way you can recover that. 30-love. Quick game. An easy one so far for the number ones. Trying to make it 6-5 and get another opportunity to close the set, but from the return side. Arce with the shield, and Dal Bianco with another mistake. 30-15.
A lot of mistakes from Dal Bianco building up. Not something he's going to be proud of.
Super lob shot.
Beautifully delicate into the corner. Torre is doing that quite effectively, coming with these rulos and these bandejas into the side fence, and thus far being quite fortunate in terms of the bounce and using that to great effect. 30 all, Dal Bianco to Ramos.
And Paulo, yesterday, Dal Bianco and Arce had no unforced error in the second set, in the quarterfinals. Not the case today. They're making quite some mistakes, giving 3 points away, especially Dal Bianco. So a thing to point out and try to fix.
Indeed, not characteristic of these two to be making mistakes, but they are, and a lot of them are forced by the great play of Torre and Ramos. And as the ball goes high there, Dal Bianco looks for the corner at 40-30 up. Torre takes the pace off, leaves that one to bounce. And there goes over the head of Arce this time, who angles the other way. And this time, it's the turn of Torre with the bajada and Maxi Arce with a block into the top of the net. Yet another golden point, and this time, this one a crucial one for the number ones, Dal Bianco and Arce.
After having a golden point to win the set now, they have one to survive.
Dal Bianco goes for the big one, he misses, and Torre in the perfect position to backhand that into the corner, and you can see how excited he is. He punches the air as he leaves the crowd, leaves the court, goes into the crowd and onto the benches. You can see here goes the pickup by Maxi, big hit, well recovered, big hit by Dal Bianco, doesn't get the bounce in the corner, and Torre punishing it low and hard off the backhand into the corner there. No chance whatsoever. Take a bow. Agustin El Loco Torre, the shot of the game thus far, and this takes his team into a commanding position from being 5-2 down in the set. They're now 6-5 up and about to come out with Diego Ramos, ball in hand, looking to serve for this first set of this first semi-final. And there's a one Padel Betsson Swedish Masters being held right here in Halmstad, Sweden.
Vamos, Maxi, 30-40. Vamos. Acá, con estas condiciones, le dejamos de dar un poco de paso a jugar lindo y pongamos huevo, viejo. Y correr y meter con humildad y sacrificio. Vamos. Vamos. No, pará.
Vamos,
Vamos.
Players back on court, and you can see some highlight shots there. Gonzalo, with the bench.
They were talking about the attitude. It's not only about Padel, but now the coach Volpi was saying, it's a semi-final, guys. Come on, attitude. Give me something else.
Indeed, attitude, and that's the positive attitude that Diego Ramos and Agustin Torre have shown as they've clawed back from a dire position in this first set to take this into a 6-5 lead. Off the back glass there, high. You can see the ball stopping there. Great block there from Maxi Arce. He goes it there. You can see the ball slowing down there because of the wind. Another one, lob there from Del Bianco. Same thing. And this time Ramos with his lob, keeping it low. No carriage by the wind. And Maxi Arce, enough is enough. Go and fetch that one in the corner. And love 15 the scoreline.
You simply don't mess with Maxi Arce. Two great blocks by Del Bianco.
Great blocks indeed. But I've said it over and over again. Maxi Arce, when he's on song, he's just so clinical, he's just so reliable, so consistent, and nothing fancy, nothing too extravagant, but match-winning shots over and over and over again.
Has been a roller coaster of a set, going up and down, both of them.
Eye into the air there. Ball slowing down again. This time Torre goes for the power. Well defended there, Franco Del Bianco. And this time Torre goes to the corner of Arce. Down low, a little bit of a reduction in pace. And no answers there, 15 all.
They're playing way too much towards Torre, and I think Torre is playing really solid. So Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco, in my opinion, should change it a little bit and go for Ramos. Because Torre is actually filling it.
What a joy for spectators here to be watching a game like this. Topsy-turvy, up, down, one team ahead, then the other team ahead, and quality paddle being played here, as in the words of someone very special in paddle, and not one who loses his mind and goes straight into the back glass like Franco Del Bianco has gone just there. Some champagne paddle being played right here on your screens in this A1 paddle Betsson Swedish Masters. And Diego Ramos now at 30-15 going to Franco Del Bianco. Sign of frustration there, Gonzalo, that big hit there from Franco Del Bianco.
Yeah, maybe way too much. He didn't need that much power just to touch the ball, and it was a free point now. What could have been a 30-all, it's a 40-15, 3 set points. Costly mistake.
High into the air, ball dropping short. Torre lets it bounce, goes big. Del Bianco jumps high and gets that. Incredibly, he gets that. And there comes the Arce Bajada. 2 out of 2. The man is almost on fire yet again.
And Paulo, the thing is that you know what's coming, and still you cannot get it.
Indeed. You're right. We know it's coming. Surely the players do, and they prepare, and they still can't do anything about it. I thought the recovery there from Del Bianco after that big hit there from Torre was out of this world too. Not quite slow enough. And this time it's Diego Ramos that goes into the back glass. And we have another golden point. Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco retrieving that disadvantage. And Del Bianco puts his hand up straight away. He wants to get this. And Ramos will go to Del Bianco.
They lost already 2 set points. Now Ramos and Loco Torre have the third one. Let's see if they can close the set.
And they do close the set. Big confidence there from Diego Ramos, and a turn up for the books. Torre and Ramos taking the first set by 7 games to 5. And as we take a break in this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters, when we return, on my chair, Gonzalo is going to get the Coca-Cola he owes me, and on my chair will be Krista Garrow, the promoter of the A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Master, and we're going to be talking about setup, the journey on this tournament, and what comes next. Welcome back, and I hope you got some refreshments, reclined on your chair, and put your sound up. This the A1 Padel Swedish Masters, and we've just witnessed right here on your screens, your ESPN Africa screens, the thrilling first set by Agustin Torre and Diego Ramos. And when I say the set by them, because it really belonged to them. 5-2 down to Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce, the #1 seeds, clawing back that deficit and winning 5 games in a row, including 2 breaks, to take the first set 7 games to 5. Some incredible game display there by El Loco Torre and Diego Ramos, and we into the second set of this wonderful Swedish Masters with Maxi Arce serving at 30-all. And I have the great privilege and honor to have sitting next to me a gentleman who I've spoken to earlier in the week, but you were not listening, so you are listening right now. And I've got Krista Garrow. Welcome, Krista. And Krista Garrow is the promoter and tournament director of this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. Welcome, Krista. You must be relieved.
It's been a fantastic week, and we had some challenges with the weather early on in the tournament, but luckily it has came back strongly with sunshine and Swedish summer.
Indeed. For if you just joined us for today, you wouldn't know, but Monday and Tuesday earlier this week, the first rounds of this tournament interrupted by intermittent rain and big cloud cover, and we've been playing catch up with the first and second round games ever since then. Fortunately, all back on track as of yesterday, and yeah, we are as per schedule with the 2 semi-finals in this wonderful tournament. Krista, by all angles, all intents and purposes, this has been a very successful tournament.
Yeah, we're really happy. I mean, it's the first time Sweden hosts an A1 Padel. It has been APT before, but A1, and with these great players from all around the world coming to Sweden, showing how this game can be played. We're also extremely happy that we've had 2 Swedish teams that made it to the second round, which is very important, of course, for Sweden to have great paddle players and creating great hope for the future for paddle in Sweden. So by having this tournament in the city center of Halmstad, it can only grow from here.
Indeed. And you speak about those 2 Swedish teams. They were really exciting teams, those two teams. I mean, one I know is the second top pairing in Sweden. One is rated 2 and the other one 4 individually. And then the other guys a little bit further down the ranking system, 8 and 12. But they came out here fearless, took on the big boys, won their first round matches, both of them, in good style, brought the crowds in, lots of local support, and then really held their heads up in the second round. Both lost in the second round, but played out of this world. They're phenomenal.
Yeah, they did. I mean, I'm so proud of them. They were fearless, and they showed that Swedish paddle has a great future in terms of players that can really, quite soon, I think, challenge these players that we're watching right now.
Yeah, and I have to bring this up because earlier today as well, our viewers, we didn't take coverage of that for ESPN, but earlier today we had on court an exhibition match, which was a mix of a couple of the pros and 2 15-year-old, under 15 Swedish number 1s. Yeah. We're talking about 15-year-olds, including Smila Ho, who was part of the team that finished second in the Junior World Championships in Valencia last year. And I was watching these 2 girls and playing with seasoned campaigners, and I was in awe. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The level is off the charts. These girls could beat me. That's for sure, and they're 15 years of age.
It's great. They're actually also volunteers here working at the arena, which is because they love paddle so much. They're not only great talents and great players, they want to be part of this whole operation, playing, learning, watching these players, learning from them, you know, having the opportunity like they had today to play with them.
It was really incredible, and it's a pity we couldn't have broadcasted that match, and it wasn't on the live screening channels, but certainly I want to be their agent. Those girls are going far, very, very far in the world. Krista, none of this could be possible, of course, without sponsors, without a great team behind you. Tell us about those guys.
Yeah, I mean, the sponsors, we have Betsson as our title sponsor, who are already very much into paddle, so that we see this as a really long-term relationship where we connect for many years to come. And of course, we also have some local sponsors that are also international companies like Amin Clothing. We have BMW and others. So without them, no tournament, and without a great team, no tournament either. So yeah, it's a team effort, and everyone has contributed extremely. Yeah, in terms of points, 10 out of 10.
Fantastic. And while we take a break there, we have a déjà vu on the first set as players go for some refreshments. And Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco, just like they did in the first set, go to bench. 3 games to love up in the second set. And if we have a repeat, this could go horribly wrong for them. They'll be looking to change that pattern, and we'll be looking to come back and put Agustin Torre and Diego Ramos to the sword. They'll be back on court really shortly. Krista, what next for A1 Padel Swedish Master? Going to stay here in Halmstad?
Yeah, for sure. We're going to establish Padel in Halmstad like many you know, tournaments have done with tennis, I mean, not only in Sweden, but abroad, and make Halmstad synonymous with padel. It's a huge padel town, and the location in terms of that it's very close to other Gothenburg, Helsingborg and other cities, even Denmark. This is going to be the padel city of Sweden.
Wow, that's great words. I'm sure the city of Halmstad and its residents will be very happy to hear that. So next year, same time, same place, if you are in love with padel or you'd like to discover padel and a beautiful Swedish town on the southwestern coast of Sweden, get on a plane, make your reservations and come to Halmstad, watch the A1 Padel Tour and come and enjoy this picturesque city. Lastly, Krista, because I know you have to entertain a lot of guests and a lot of VIPs who have come to join us here to watch this wonderful tournament. I told you earlier in the week that I wasn't going to put you on the spot as to who's going to win it until the semi-finals, but the semi-finals are here, right? Oh. So we've got Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce on court with Agustin Torres and Diego Ramos, and later on, second semi-final, we've got Juani Di Pasquale and Gonzalo Alfonso taking on Tolito and Tito Alemante.
I mean, the way they have played and how even these teams are, I can't even have a second guess. they are so good and show how padel, high-level, professional, international padel can be played, and I'm just happy for the ones who will win, but I rest my prediction.
Doesn't want to put on the spot. Shall we say then that you hope padel wins?
I hope padel wins.
Padel wins, and as we say on the A1 Padel Tour, we live padel. So when padel wins, we live a little better. Thank you, Krista, for joining me in my commentator's chair. And we'll welcome Gonzalo Ubiña back to the chair, and he will join me as El Locutore attempts the drop shot once again there. And this time the ball doesn't make it over the net. Kisses the ESPN sign on top of the net, rolls onto Betsson, and drops at the foot of the turf. 15-40 and 3 break points here for Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce. We've seen this movie before in the first set, and exactly the same script is being read as Maxi Arce swivels and hits that into the back of the glass, and 30-40 is the scoreline. Still 2 break points on offer. Gonzalo, are we going to see the same collapse here as we saw in the first set?
I don't think so. I don't think so. They learned the lesson, and let's see if they can make it 4-0. Looks like it.
We watch with bated breath. And error there from El Locutore. Gonzalo, you got the point. You got it right. And it's 4 games to love as Maxi Arce gets the ball in hand and looks determinedly at the back glass and walks away.
Del Bianco and Arce looking in a different way, in a different mood, trying to say, hey, we have to react or we go home.
They got a fright there. They said, hey. You know, in Sweden, they say a lot of heys. They say, hey, hey, oh, hey. And away it is as Maxi Arce gets ready to serve. Had to track back there as Torre goes to Ramos and whispers in his ear. But he goes now.
Have you learned some Swedish? I only know one word. Tack. Thank you. Easy.
Tack and one other word.
Which one?
Halmstad.
Yeah.
No. What, you know, not saying it because we are in Sweden, but I'd actually like to learn Sweden because I understand, for some reason, perhaps because of my Latin background and or the English that I speak.
No way.
What a recovery there. Oh, and Arce almost disappointingly flips that into the back glass after those great recoveries there by Del Bianco. And you can see in the replay, he gets the first one with a dive, ball comes down, plays it on the ground, and then Maxi sends it into the back glass. Franco Del Bianco must be saying, come on, man, I'm working hard here. Let's sort this out.
Just put it in.
But as I was saying to you, when I hear people speak Swedish, perhaps because of the other languages that I speak, I seem to understand quite a lot of what they say. So I think it wouldn't be a very difficult language to learn, and I think it would be a language I would enjoy learning, and I would enjoy speaking.
And
so,
you will get the opportunity to practice it again.
Indeed,
next year.
when we come back next year for the A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. Confirmed to be here. Same time, same place. Next year, 2024. So book your tickets, book your accommodation. If you're a player, book your entry into a qualifying tournament. You want to be a great atmosphere, great crowd, great paddle. And if you're just coming to watch, lots to do, a nearby beach, a river, great food, lots of entertainment and activities, and a real nice place to be. Beautiful shot there by Diego Ramos.
I think it touched the fence, Paulo, so it's 40-15.
Really?
Just out, yeah.
That one also touched the fence, but after it bounced on the ground. And 5-love, Del Bianco and Arce, as they go to the turnaround. Torre will come back to serve. Love 5 down after winning the first 7 games to 5.
Cambia todo. Porque cuando, era lo que hablamos antes del partido, porque cuando nosotros hacemos esa jugada, Agustín está obligado a tirarla para arriba, que es lo que no siente, ¿entendés? En cambio, cuando vos estás a 3 metros de la red, el flaco ahí empieza a distribuir por abajo. ¿Lo ven? Dale un pasito adelante, dale un pasito adelante y forzamos el retroceso. Forzamos el retroceso, si lo tenés el retroceso. Vos seguís igual, impecable, impecable. Seguimos igual, tenemos el viento a favor. Ahora, lo tocamos, lo tiramos un poquito para.
Y luego le volvemos a pelear. Estamos de vuelta en el partido, buenísimo. Estamos en el partido, Sí. No se nos baña palo. Ni loco.
Vamos, soltamos la lengua. Vamos, vamos, carajo, vamos. Gana de ganar, muéstrenme gana de ganar. Vamos, gana de ganar.
Players back on court, and what do the coach has to say? Gonzalo?
Step by step, Paulo, step by step.
Step by step.
And I want to stay with the last thing Volpi said. Show me you want to win this. That was literally what he said. Show me you want to win this.
Those are the words of the coach of Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco at the turn. He want to see that as they leave the ball short and leave the gap in the middle at the same time, allowing Torre to finish that point. 15-love. Torre using the fence once more. They're not going to be worried here as much as they would have worried in the first set. First set, they were 3-1 up, or 3-0, then 3-1, and then there was a break. And that was close, so the comeback was on and they were concerned. This time, they're 5-0 up.
Not really close.
They drop this point, they drop a point. They come back to serve, hopefully put it away. Even if they don't, they've got 2-3 opportunities to seal the set. So they're not going to be panicking, they're not going to be very worried at the moment, Franco and Maxi. And they do lose the game, and it's 5-1 as Franco Del Bianco will serve in an attempt this time to really seal the set and force the semi-final into a third and decisive set.
First point, 15 love. They need now 3 more to secure the set and go into the third. We have a spot in the final in play here.
And the big hit there from Franco Del Bianco, and Torre not being able to do anything about it. What is Torre and Ramos thinking right now? They're 5-1 down. Del Bianco serving. They did win the first set. Are they thinking we've got to fight this back, or do we let it go and rebuild and refocus for the third set?
Both at the same time. They have to try to find some rhythm, some pace, and take it into the third set if they lose the game. Even if you know you're most likely losing the set, you need to also think in the third one and try to find this kind of shots, this kind of confidence to fight for the final in the third set. 30-15, 2 points away now, Del Bianco and Arce. Juani De Pascual and Gonzo Alfonso playing later on with Tolito and Tito in what's going to be another super great match. 3 set points.
Into the net, the first one goes. And into the glass there. How was that block there from Torre at his feet from a low and hard ball by Franco Del Bianco?
Once again, second set, serve.
Oh, unlucky there, Diego Ramos. Reads that well, stands at the net, goes to flick it, and doesn't quite get it onto the right side of the net. 6-1 this second set, a little bit more like the Del Bianco and Arce we were expecting at the beginning of the match.
One set apiece. To be honest, Paulo, I was expecting a win in 2 sets from the number ones. I am surprised by the level Torre is showing during this semi-final, and we have everything to decide in the third set.
Yep, indeed. And we have a real edge of the seat thriller coming up in this third and final set. And if you've just joined us now, A1 Betsson Swedish Masters is what is on your screens for the very first time on ESPN Africa channel 219 on the DSTV bouquet. And the first of the semi-finals of this tournament, with featuring the #1 seeds Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce. 5-7 down the first set, come back to win 6-1, and get ready, steady, and on the edge of your seats for the third and decisive set. Beautiful set of stats on the screen for set 2, and you can see there 16 winners for Franco and Maxi over 7, and 8 out of 8 smashes as opposed to 1 for Torre and Ramos.
And 12 points in a row won by Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce.
Excellent statistics, and that reads the score. And players getting ready to come back on court. Ramos and Torre already on. Arce and Del Bianco still doing final touch-ups.
And Paulo, we had no golden points in the second set. Let's see how it goes in the third one. as players get back on court, we're gonna have Diego Ramos and El Loco Torre serving in this third set. We have a place in the final in play here in Stora Tåg. The main court in Halmstad is amazing Betsson Swedish master. And keep in mind that after this match, we're gonna have Juani De Pascual and Gonzalo Alfonso against Tolito and Tito, facing the winner of this match tomorrow, Sunday, at 3 p.m. local time. First point goes to Ramos and Torre, 15 love.
Torre goes for the big one there, doesn't quite get enough on it. And Del Bianco gets it back once, twice. And 15 all the scoreline.
Torre and Ramos will have to go back to the first set version of themselves. That's a really big hit by Franco Del Bianco. Dale bestia, says Maxi Arce. You're a beast.
Indeed, what a shot there. And Agustin Torre, as he walked out of court, gave Franco Del Bianco a look of how? 15-30 the scoreline.
In the first set and in the second one, Franco Del Bianco and Arce got an early break. They want to repeat the same thing in this third set.
Over the head there, Franco Del Bianco. Still controlling the power. Torre there. Ramos into the air once again. Taking some chances with the wind there, Diego Ramos, but works out okay as Maxi Arce goes for the power and lands the ball under the strip, advertising strip of the net.
You don't see Maxi Arce missing every day.
You don't, especially at that range and that type of shot.
This one's going to the newspaper. Maxi Arce has missed a shot.
Breaking news. The other breaking news is that it's 30 all. And Diego Ramos is serving to Maxi Arce, who goes immediately over his head. And this time Ramos into the side fence as he looks to squeeze the ball between Franco Del Bianco and the side fence.
40-30. Should be 30-40, right?
Should be 30-40. I thought that was out.
It was out. Maybe the scoreboard.
There we go. The scoreboard has disappeared.
So 2 break
off
points.
The screen. Apologies there. We'll have a rectified position for you on screen shortly. Ramos out to Franco Del Bianco. Changes direction there. Franco Del Bianco. Torres recovery short, and Franco Del Bianco says, thank you very much. 1, 2, 3, pasito banga. Out of the court he goes, and we have the first game of the set and the first break for Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco. Let's talk about our favorite thing, Gonzalo. Body language right now on the court.
You can see how Torres looking down, he's hitting the balls all over the place to show the rage and how bad he's feeling right now. He was playing really solid, but now Maxi Arce, Del Bianco step forward. They're showing what the coach asked. Show me you want to win. And they're showing they want to win. They want to make it 2 in a row after crowning themselves in Castellón. looking really good. Third time in a row they get the first break of the set. Paulo, this looks not really good for Torre and Ramos.
And here we are, and you can see there Maxi Arce off court, going to the court marshals to pick up new balls. We had a change at 9, as mentioned earlier on. The introduction of new balls after 9 games, and again 11 later in game 20. So new balls, and unlike other players that normally bang the balls around to take some air out of the balls, Maxi Arce doesn't take air out of anything. He can play anyhow, anywhere, with any balls, and he starts the serve.
Ramos and Torre.
This time, Maxi Arce's turn to send one into the back of the glass and back to his side of the court.
I can smash too. And as I was saying, Ramos and Torre taking that time to open the new balls, to talk through the situation, try to fix it, find something different. You can hear the Stora Torg Cathedral in our back. This lovely church we have in Halmstad city center. Great save there by Ramos. Points keep going. And Dalbianco leaves it in the net. 15-0. Now
15-all, 1 game to 0.
13.
Two games to love, yeah. Going really well.
The advantage is certainly there, and you can see there Franco Del Bianco wiping some of that moisture off the glass. Court marshals only allowed on at a twist, and what we're going to do right now is, since my partner here keeps losing bets to me, he has to go and fetch me yet another Coca-Cola. We introduce you in my commentator's chair as a guest to Mr. Philippe Jalgren. And Philippe, a native of this wonderful country of Sweden, and he has a deep connection to the continent of Africa, and he is the promoter of the A1 Padel this year, Pace Cape Town Masters, and is hugely responsible for bringing certainly the A1 Padel Tour to South Africa and to the shores of the African continent, as well as an instrumental part in growing the sport of paddle throughout the southern tip of the continent. Welcome, Philippe. It's a pleasure to have you here, and a great pleasure for me to be not only back here at the A1 Padel tournament, but specifically in Sweden.
It's a pleasure to be with the voice of paddle for Africa, Paolo. It's great to be back, and nice to be in Sweden, which is, as you say, my home country. And I've been a little instrumental in also bringing it here to Sweden. But it's, as you can see, the setup of this place is very similar to the one we did in Cape Town, as far as the VIP side and the bar, etc. And it's great to see all the top 64 players being here, and including some Swedish teams that did quite well.
Those Swedish teams really, I think, first of all, they really showed up really well. I think they made the local paddle community really proud, and they held up their head up high. I mean, they won their first round matches, they got through the second round, and even though they lost, they performed in a really admirable way. They put up a big show, they gave the other guys a big run for their money, and that must go a long way to help promote the sport in this part of the world.
I think so. And, you know, even though Sweden is one of the fastest growing countries in the world of paddle, I mean, it started here in 2014, and now you have like something like 4,000 courts. The Swedes aren't that used to actually going and watching paddle live. And as many of these professional players, the Swedish professional players said, it's the first time that they've experienced an international competition outdoors. So that was new for them.
Yeah, indeed, outdoors. And outdoors is really, paddle is an outdoor sport, and it's best enjoyed outdoors. We had this is always an eternal argument about indoors and outdoors. We had some inclement weather in the first 2 days, just like we had in Cape Town earlier in the year, but somehow we found a way to catch up, and here we are, semi-finals, all on schedule, big crowd, great atmosphere, and great paddle.
Yeah, it's incredible, and it's so nice to see, you know, because also the other thing that's historical here is the first time in Sweden that it's been played on a town square in the middle of a town. And this summer town of Halmstad is actually one of the top towns during the summer months. You have like a huge crowd coming here in the summer months, so it's great to see that, and they're paddle crazy in this part of Sweden.
Yeah, indeed, and that has been echoed by some of the crowd support we've had along the days. And sometimes you see gaps in the seats in the grandstands, but we know that just outside behind the grandstands there's a beautiful festival arena with a big screen, lots of activations and stores and participation and engagement from the sponsors and some vendors, and that has been really full.
Yeah, it is, and you know, we also have concerts here. So one new element that we're bringing to A1 Padel is to do a festival, a folk fest for the people, so they can come, even if they don't know the sport or they haven't watched it live, they can come to the town square, they can shop, they can eat, they can drink, and they can watch some of the best paddle in the world being played and nearby, but on the big screen. But I think also what we're doing is that we're bringing concerts here. So today we have John Dusson, who is you know, has over 250 million plays on Spotify, who will perform live, who's a famous DJ. And then tomorrow we have a very big Swedish band playing, and that will be something new that we hope also to do in Cape Town as of next year.
Indeed. So, ESPN viewers all over Africa in 55 countries and territories where you are viewing this wonderful sport of paddle, this great tournament. Don't forget, next year, late January, Philippe?
Yeah, we're still negotiating the date with the owner of the tour, Mr. Fabrice Pastor. Next year, I heard that there's going to be in 24 locations around the world. So they're introducing Asia for the first time, and of course the US with the New York Yankees owners that have come in and has a percentage of the entire tour. So it's a very exciting year this year, but especially next year, I think that we will show in Cape Town really what we should have done, and we are also looking at a new location so we don't have the issue with the wind in the same way.
Indeed. So early in the year 2024, come to Cape Town, get some tickets, and the A1 Padel Cape Town Masters will be on, and you can follow updates on the www.a1padelglobal.com website, who incidentally also has a streaming tab, so you can be able to watch all the tournament matches as the A1 Padel Global Tour moves throughout 21 cities in 14 different countries in the season of 2023. As we talk about all these cities and all this great, wonderful news, Torre goes to the net with his volley, and Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce are 40-love up, 2-1 up in the third and final set. And we'll be looking to press this advantage and get the score to 3, and Maxi Arce overheard me there from the commentary box, goes for the big smash into the back glass and does exactly that. 3-1 the scoreline, and Diego Ramos will now serve 1-3 down. Philippe, before I let you go, because I really miss my other commentator, Gonzalo Ubina, who's been doing a sterling job here in the chair with me. Paddle in Sweden, paddle in South Africa, or in Africa, in the continent of Africa, lots of similarities. You are deeply involved in expanding paddle in the tip of Africa. Tell us about those similarities, and what can the African continent look to do to avoid perhaps mistakes or hiccups or bumps on the road that the Swedish experience had?
Well, as you know, I founded Africa Padel, and I think that, you know, one of the things that we can learn from a country like Sweden, who expanded too fast and too many courts at once, I think that the most important thing is really not to open too many courts in too many locations and just think it's going to grow forever. There is a time when you have to say that, listen, there is just so many players and that you can only grow it so fast, even though it's very, very popular in South Africa. And I see, you know, the crazy growth that happened in Sweden, but then suddenly, you know, in 1 year you had 100% more courts in 1 year, but you only had a 25% growth of paddle players, and that equation doesn't work. And I hope that in Africa and South Africa that they don't do the same mistake. What is really cool, I think, here is that we also had another historic event here. Not only were we the first to ever bring a professional paddle to Africa with A1 Padel in 2022, but we also had, for the first time ever in an international professional circuit, 3 South Africans that came here. And I thought that was amazing. And I think that it was a good experience for them. And I hope that they and other African countries see the opportunity to use all the qualifiers, which will be a low-hanging fruit to actually get the opportunity to play these tournaments.
Indeed. So I was going to let you go, but you brought up my favorite subject, which are African qualifiers. And I want to let the crowd out there know, if you're listening to this on ESPN Africa, that African qualifiers, I'm going to just pause that thought there while the players talk from the bench, and I'll come back and tell you all about Africa qualifiers.
Ese es el globo que a usted le molesta, con el viento en contra. Ahí no tiene manejo. ¿Está bien? ¿Está bien? Entonces, vamos a tratar ahí, mírame, al 4, el globo al 4, el globo al 4. Cuando encontramos...
Este. Esto adentro para ti mejor, porque saca más y al final le puedes restar paralelo también.
Escuchá. Del primer tiro al último que quede de partido, pedime que tire, pedime que juegue, pedime que me mueva. Exigime un poco más, exigime un poco más.
Sobre todo patas. Eso. No quedarnos de patas, porque después los tiros de normal tú tiras. La cosa es no quedarnos de patas, que a veces nos quedamos de patas, no.
Eso es divertir y pedime que tire, dale. Si tiro con confianza no vuelve, dale.
Y acordarnos de un globo largo. Con un globo largo los cagamos. Yo te voy a cagar ahora, dale.
Dame 2 globitos seguidos. 2 globitos seguidos, bueno, que nos hagamos, dale. Vamos, el inflador. Dale.
We're back on court, and the message there, the main highlight message there on the Del Bianco and Arce bench: keep doing what you're doing, reduce errors, and play with confidence. Whether on the Torre bench was the very similar message: play with confidence, we're doing the right things, and let's get on with this and see what we can do. Philippe, we were talking about Africa qualifiers, one of my favorite topics. So as you said, 3 South African players here played in this A1 Padel Swedish Masters, and we know now, we have confirmation from the A1 Padel Tour that every Masters tournament on the calendar for this season at least will have a multi-zonal qualifier: North America, South America, Europe and Africa. Low-hanging fruit for African players. We have just launched today, open the entries to the next Africa qualifier for the Swiss Masters, which will be held in Verbier, and it'll be held in Senegal, which is a wonderful addition to the ranks of paddle. I know for a fact already, because our hosts in Senegal have told me that there are 2 entries from Morocco, 2 entries from the Ivory Coast and 1 from Tunisia that have already entered, and this is just in the last couple of hours. And we know we've got at least 3 or 4 entries from South Africa and lots of entries from Senegal. That's exciting. We're now going to see a real African flavor coming to Europe to play on the A1 Padel Tour.
It's amazing. I mean, this is a sport. it's not a young sport. It's been going since 1969, but as a professional sport, it's quite new. And the opportunity for players out there, and especially agile players who has a great sense of being, have a hand-eye coordination. That's what it takes. You need a brain, you need to be agile, you need to have a hand-eye coordination. If you do that, you are going to excel in this sport. And so I think it's easy to learn, but hard to master, as you and I know.
Indeed, indeed. And we only discovered paddle 53 years ago. We might have had a chance.
Yeah, exactly. And then we probably would have been pros, you and I. Thank you, Paolo, for this.
Philippe, thank you very much. That is Philippe Jalgren, the promoter and licensor of the A1 Paddle Cape Town Masters, and a joint host here of the Swedish Paddle with Krista Gara. Really exciting news for Africa there, with the African qualifiers coming online for the A1 Paddle Master Series, and opportunities abound for the African paddle players as the sport proliferates throughout the continent. And while we were talking there to Mr. Jalgren and Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce went 3-2 up, now 40-30, looking to seal the deal and force this advantage into a 4-2. And sky high ball there from Diego Ramos, the bajada this time from Franco Del Bianco. Maxi Arce retrieves well, a drop shot there from Torre, and Maxi Arce reaches deep, goes low, manages to retrieve it. Great exchanges there, and Franco Del Bianco changes direction, forces Torre left off the court, and he hits the ball into the net. Clearly disappointed with himself. You'll see now the shot on camera. He goes straight to the court pole and hangs on it. Is really great get there from Maxi Arce, and here we go. Franco Del Bianco forces there. You see that Torre quickly walking to the net pole, and he hangs on it, and only now coming back, really rethinking that, and 2-4 the scoreline. And as we depart one guest, we have another guest on board with us, and with me, Linus Indal from Betsson, www.betsson.com. That's with double S. And you will have heard me repeatedly talk about this wonderful name sponsor we have for this A1 Paddle Swedish Masters. And with me, Linus, welcome to my chair. And tell us about Betsson's involvement with paddle.
Thank you for having me. Betsson has, we've been involved in paddle for a while, actually, here, mostly in Sweden. We have been doing some partnerships with other paddle events, and now when we heard that you were coming here with the A1 Tour, we couldn't miss it out. So it's fantastic to get the title sponsorship for this tournament.
Great opportunity indeed. And tell me, so you do local tournaments, you're involved in partnership. Tell me what that partnership entails. You sponsor the tournament, and you expose the brand, and what else do? Do you price up? You provide betting markets on these tournaments?
Yeah, we do. Betting is our product, so we have odds on all the tournaments, as well as we have on this tournament. We had outright odds before the tournament starts, which team will win the tournament, and then we have match odds for each match during the tournament. And also with the previous tournaments we've done, we did like the biggest Swedish amateur tour during 2021, where we had 16 local qualifiers with, oh, what a ball. With 16 local tournaments, and then we had regional finals and a big Swedish final with a great, quite good prize pool. So yeah, that's more or less what we do. But we're always offering paddle odds markets on the paddle events.
That's great. That is Betsson, www.betsson.com. If betting is your flavor. you can just go and check them out, and depending on the jurisdiction you're in, you'll be able to log in, open an account, make a deposit, and have a flutter on your favorite team, your favorite player, perhaps even your favorite play. Linus, do you offer live odds in play on Padel?
No, not so far. We have done sometimes on like big tournaments, of course. Unfortunately, not we're able to do it this year here in Halmstad, but we probably do maybe next year, for example. But we have match odds before, and if we see like in the percentage favorites this match, we had of course Del Bianco and Arce was the favorites of like 70%, and also in the next match it's the similar as. But for the advance of Tolito and Maxi, Alemandi, sorry. Sorry, yeah.
Are they the favorites for the next match?
Yeah, they're favorites. It's like a 65-35 percentage favorites here today.
All right. And I take it that Betsson...
Escúchame, el globo.
Let's just hold and listen to what the coach has to say as the players strategize a way back into this game or a way to finish the set.
Está tirado acá, está tirado contra la reja. ¿Estamos bien? Mírame, ves que cuando jugás un paso más cerca te la pone toda acá y después el único esfuerzo que tenemos que hacer es el retroceder. Ya sé que no es joda, pero si no es, nos paramos la mitad de cancha. Cuando nos paramos la mitad de cancha tenemos un problemón. ¿Está bien? Cerrale como le cerraste. Mírame, en alguna, si estás cómodo, mírame la mano. Si estás cómodo, solo si estás cómodo, Agustín está parado en la mitad del cuadrado. Invertida la reja con la bandeja. Solo si estás cómodo, si no, no. Con el gancho no, porque cuando vos armas el gancho él se abre. Cuando vos armas la bandeja él se para contra el medio. Vamos, metele en lado, vos, dale.
Back on court, Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce's coach telling them, work on your bandeja. Don't fire it away if you're not comfortable. Make sure you're comfortable when you play it and go out there and finish this match. El Locatore and Diego Ramos, not much to say other than that they're going to come out and keep fighting. Linus, we were talking odds. We spoke odds for the Padel, odds on this Padel match and on the next semi-final. But surely Betsson offers odds on a variety of sports.
Yeah, of course. We are almost every sport that you like professionally can participate in. We offering odds. So
there we go. Maxi Arce straight into the back of the grandstand with that ball, and 15 love the score. Linus, I want to have a bet how many times Maxi can do that out of the court.
Yeah, we need to get those stats for like next upcoming tournaments, for example. We need the background stats. We don't have it yet. I know, like in tennis or in football, you have so many stats of hitting the post or hitting this and that. So yeah, we need some more stats because the padel markets also competitors to us don't offer so many or so wide type of markets.
Indeed, they don't offer.
Yeah.
You're a world leader in this betting in padel for sure, because your competitors don't offer it, and you are maybe not the first, but certainly the leader in it.
Yeah, and it's fantastic to be almost alone, but it's also a bit scary and hard, because when we have the opponents, we can like help each other. Of course, the market, when people are placing their bets, we may adjust the odds because of where the stakes coming. But when you have opponents that are also offering odds, then you can like take help from them and balance your markets as well.
Yeah, share the risk almost to say.
Yeah.
And here we go, 40-15. We have 3 game set and match points, and the crowd erupts as they give big rounds of applause and start building the tempo up as Franco Del Bianco gathers the ball, takes a deep breath, and looks to serve out this match. Ramos and Loco comparing notes, and were they to lose this, they can walk out of this court head held up high, and they would have performed admirably. Arce goes for the reduction pace smash there, and as it comes back, he increases it, goes into the top of the net. Or we can have a bet on how many times he does that.
Yeah.
You're going to lose money because Maxi doesn't do that very often.
Not that often. Really low odds on the...
Indeed. That is only his second one of the match and probably only the third of the tournament. Del Bianco this time to Torre. High lob there from Ramos. Maxi Arce leaves it, goes for the bajada. Well defended Torre. Arce defends well. And this time Diego Ramos into the side glass. And he's the game, set and match for the #1 seeds, Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce. 7-5, 1-6. And... apologies, 5-7, 6-1 and 6-2 after dropping the first set in dramatic fashion after leading by 5 games to 2. They've come back in a commanding strength and won the second set 6-1 and the third 6 games to 2.
Yeah, and
Lionel,
fantastic comeback. Yeah, but it was I think it was a really tough first set. And then
really tough first set, and it's not that the other guys collapsed in the second or third set. They were there, but they just get the right points at the right time.
Yeah, they're stepping up, and as like our customers maybe had their money on the favorites, maybe was a bit afraid, but we know the strengths of the player. They are a fantastic good team. So
indeed, that is why they're the #1 seeds, and that's why they are the #1 ranked players on the tour. We have a look at the stats there. You can see there 8 smashes out of 8 for Del Bianco and Arce, where only 1 out of 3 from Torre and Ramos, and 15 winners over 9, and a lesser average of unforced errors. You can see there 53 winners to 38, and winning 4 golden points to 2, and those golden points are crucial because usually they're the breaks.
Yeah, 100%, and that was what we saw in the round of 16, where our Swedish Albin Olsson and Anton Andersson they played, and they didn't manage to get 1 single golden point, I think, and those are so important.
Very critical, very critical. Linus, I'm going to let you go. I know you've got lots of work to do. You've got a wonderful activation stand going here in the festival arena, but I want to personally thank you for your patronage of this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters, and wish you luck in your endeavors, and hopefully next year when we come back.
Bueno, ya tenemos primeros finalistas del Betsson Swedish Masters. Maxi, ayer lo comentábamos que este partido iba a ser una batalla, pero aún así, en el segundo set le habéis dado la vuelta. 6ª victoria ante esta pareja que tiene mucho mérito porque es la segunda mejor de la temporada.
Hello everybody. We are happy to be in a new final. Today the match was very tough, but we did it very well. Tomorrow we want to win, so we are ready to fight.
Gracias, Maxi. Franco, otra final más que sumamos. Supongo que ahora irá por el 6º título.
Sí, la verdad que muy contentos por el partido que sacamos adelante. Siempre son batalla contra Torre Ramos. Felicitarlos a ellos por el gran torneo que hicieron. Felices, mañana una final más. Vamos a ver si nos podemos llevar el título.
So Franco says that he's very happy for the victory. It's always a battle against Torre and Ramos, but tomorrow they're going to be fighting for their 6th title of the season. Gracias, chicos. Nos vemos mañana en la final.
spelar på forehand. En varm applåd till Juan de Pascal! Och hans partner, även han från Argentina. På backhandpositionen, rackad femma, Gonzalo Alfonso!
We're back with you, ESPN Africa, ESPN America, ESPN Latin America, and A1 Padel streaming platforms as players come onto court and being introduced by the local MC Havla, who has been doing a tremendous job all week. As he calls on Tito Alemande, the general, and Tito Alemande, part of the #2 seeded team, also the #2 ranked team on the A1 Padel Global Rankings. 42 years of age, this Argentinian stalwart, one of the senior figures on this tour, but don't let that number 42 let you down. The man is in peak conditions, the body of a 25-year-old. Adrian Tito Alemande, affectionately known as the General, and we'll talk about why he's the General later on. And walking on court right now, crowd favorite, Lionel Aguirre, affectionately known as Tolito, and the world of Padel knows him as Tolito, sometimes referred to as the Maradona of Padel. We in closer circles like to call him El Mago, the magician, and hopefully we'll get some opportunities during this match to see exactly why he is the magician. On the other side of the court, and we missed the walk-in, we have in the turquoise and navy blue mix-up, young Juan de Pasquale, 19 years of age and already touted as one of the potential options for #1 ranking in future years to come. Only 19 years of age, won his first major tournament at the age of 18 earlier on this year at the A1 Padel Cape Town Masters, and Juan de Pasquale teaming up this year for this season with the 27-year-old Gonzalo Alfonso, also known as Gonzo. Gonzo taking a former #1 in a different pairing, taking Juan de Pasquale under his wing almost on a mentorship role, and working together with him, also partnered him in that great win in the A1 Padel Cape Town Masters. Followed that up, both of them, with a final place, coming second in the Brazil Open. And certainly, although a little bit of a dip, they've been emphatic and super impressive in their run-up to this semi-final at this Betsson Swedish Masters. Aguirre and Tolito mean business, and other than a little wobble in their last quarterfinal match, they have been decisive, having won their first and second round matches, dropping only a total of 3 games. No sets dropped until the quarterfinal stage. And Tolito and Alemande here looking like they mean business. I spoke to both Tolito and Tito Alemande earlier in the week, and both of them confident of a big showing. They here to win the tournament. They have been in 2 finals so far this season, yet been unable to win any of the tournaments so far in the season. And this Betsson Swedish Masters, the halfway mark of the A1 Padel Global Tour. So they'll be looking to get on the board, collect a trophy, and make a push for the #1 spot currently held by the magnificent duo of Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce, which you saw in the previous match book their place in the final tomorrow. If you've just joined us now, furthest to your screen and playing with the wind behind their backs is Tito Alemande, to the top left of your screen and to the top right of your screen with a black cap will be Tolito Aguirre. And don't be put off by Tolito Aguirre's apparent lack of physical conditioning. The man moves around the court with great agility, great athleticism, and is certainly super fit. On the other side of the court, and you can see some highlights there. Look at the magic of Tolito there, bouncing that one off the side glass. And you can see there, but the route to this semi-final, and you see there, Alfonso and Di Pasquale having won the quarterfinal match 6-3, 6-2, and their previous match to that 6-1, 6-2, really decisive wins. Aguirre and Alemande winning 6-3, 6-2 that last 16 round after doing a 6-love, 6-1 in the first round, and then going 6-3 up in the first set, dropping the second set when they looked to be winning it 5-1 against Britos and Sanchez. Britos and Sanchez making a miraculous comeback to win that second set 7-6, but then Tolito and Tito put on the Turbo Blasters and won that third and decisive set by 6 games to 3. Gonzalo Alfonso's ranking card on the table there on your screens, and you can see there 27 years of age from Argentina, and playing on the backhand position, the finisher, traditional finisher on a paddle court. Juan Di Pasquale, there we go, 18 years old, only from Pergamino, Argentina, 1.86 meters tall, in the drive position. And for the uninitiated, the drive position, usually the player on the right-hand side of the court, playing with his forehand, taking the middle shots with his backhand, and always trying to build the point for the finish on the left-sided player's best angle. That, of course, in Juan Di Pasquale's case, gets the added dimension of his powerful finishing. He used to be a left-sided player, switched only this year by his partnership with Gonzalo Alfonso. You saw also Tolito's card, and there's Adrian Alemande, the general because he commands the court, keeps it safe, keeps the law and order, and keeps Tolito Aguirre in rank and file. The volatile Tolito Aguirre, and Tito Alemande makes very few mistakes in the sport, ultra reliable, and having a reappearance, a rejuvenation on this A1 paddle circuit in the last 2 years, and particularly since he teamed up with Tolito Aguirre. Umpire Sergio Ramos, the sheriff on court, the senior umpire on the A1 paddle tour. He will be sitting in the main chair, and that's called time on the players who have walked off court after that strenuous workout and are just doing final preparations. You can see there Gonzalo Alfonso is re-gripping his racket, and the others taking on last-minute refreshment. Alemande and Tolito getting a final pep talk from their coach, and they'll be back on court pretty shortly, and they will then get this match underway in this second and very exciting semi-final at this A1 Betsson Swedish Masters, held right here in Halmstad, Sweden.
Second semi-final with a start.
And Tolito Aguirre, ball in hand, will start us off in this match, this second semi-final. at stake, a place in the final against the #1 ranked players on the A1 Padel Global Tour. Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco. And Tolito goes deep there to Juan de Pascual. Goes for the big hit, leaves it short. Gonzalo Alfonso picks it up at the net and goes hard into the ground and off the glass back to his side of the court. Love 15. Positive body language there. So a screenshot there of Roberto Rodriguez, the coach of Tito Lemande and Lionel Aguirre. Aguirre goes high to the side of Juan de Pascual, who goes for the hook shot into the ground and then onto the fence, and Love 30 the scoreline. Pascual high into the air. Tolito goes straight down, and Gonzalo Alfonso's lob carries into the back glass. Perfect conditions here in Halmstad as the sun goes into hiding behind cloud cover, reducing the temperature from a very warm 24 degrees to a slightly cooler 22. And we have, for the very first time this week, the wind blowing in a southerly direction, where it's been all week into the north. Pascual with a block there, straight into the back of the glass, 30 all the scoreline. And as Tolito goes to serve at 30 all, I'm joined by Luke Potter, a visitor to the Swedish shores, coming to gain some valuable tournament direction inputs, as he is the tournament director for the A1 Padel Cape Town Masters. And Luke Potter, welcome to Sweden.
Paulo, it's been a fantastic journey here. Great week for us. Learned a hell of a lot, I must say. I think everywhere is unique in the world. Sweden, no different. They've obviously got their own little troubles. We struggled one of the days with lots of rain. Fell a little bit behind in terms of matches, but were able to recover quite nicely and are able to now enjoy the second semi-final. And what a wonderful first semi-final we experienced, and we're hoping that this will also live up to the hype.
Well, indeed, lots of hype with that first semi-final, and we got our money's worth. The #1 players, Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco, looked 3/4 of the way of the first set like they were going to walk it, and that cakewalk turned into a bit of sludge as their opposition, Torre and Ramos, came back and captured the second set, forcing a third. In the end, relatively comfortable, but a little bit of a fright for the #1s there.
Absolutely. Just to show you that in any sport, anything can happen. It doesn't matter how you think or you know, would assume that it would be easy. I think they were cruising at 5-2. There was a questionable call regarding whether the ball hit the tin or not. I don't know if you can recall that. And then there was an epic implode. And you know, I think they lost almost like 5 or 6 points in a row, to the point that they actually lost the set eventually, and then went back, had a seat, had a chat to the coach, and came back screaming. Won the next set 6-1, and just to show you, that's paddle. This game, we've got the young man serving here. Both these teams are looking to win. Like we said, Tolito and Tito haven't won on the circuit yet. And they will be foaming at the mouth to get one under the belt.
And as that ball carries into the back of the glass there, slight wind assistance. We have Juan de Pascual serving 15 all. And these guys here, and Tito not able to get that awkward angle. These guys here coming into the semi-final off the quarterfinal matches yesterday. Tolito and Tito played 2 matches yesterday in order for us to catch up all the schedule. And their last game, which was their quarterfinal match, they won the first set easily. They also, just like the number ones today, got a huge fright in the second set. They were 5-2 up, and the next minute, their opposition at the time, which was Britos and Sanchez, came back 5 games in a row, gave them a huge fright, took the second set and then forced them into a third. Do you think that will have a psychological toll on them for today? Do you think physically they exerted?
I just wanted to say, I don't think psychologically it's going to have a toll. You know, mentally these guys are quite strong. Physically, different question. You know, all of them, of course, exceptionally fit. Tolito, we know from his build, not exactly the most lean and mean vehicle that we've got out there on a paddle court, but the guy's movement is just insane. And again, we've got to make note that, you know, his anticipation and his hand-eye coordination is just out of this world. So he's able to do all these magical things with the ball, and he's able to get to balls that, you know, most of us can only imagine.
Yeah, but yeah, they are. And, you know, Juan Pascual and Alfonso have gotten an early break. And they'll want to get this back and not give away the early advantage.
For me, Alonso is just the most solid person in the world. And he is super solid. He makes very little mistakes. He hits the ball incredibly hard. He always finds himself in the correct position. And for me, he's a perfect complement to his partner. It's just the greatest. So the Pascual is, you know, young man coming up, finding his way still, and is already, what was he, 18, I think, Paulo?
18 when he became a champion on tour.
18, winning his first A1 Padel in Cape Town. And, I mean, they impressed us that week, really. So, and, I mean, they're doing exactly the same, yeah.
They did indeed. And second time Alemande's gone so deep and so long on that serve in the set. This time goes a little shorter. Pasquale over the head of Tolito.
I don't know if you've noticed, but
there goes Alemande into the back of the glass.
Yeah, the wind has died down a little bit. Not much, but it has certainly died down substantially.
Alemande serving there, 30-15 up. Trying to stay in this game after that early break. Tolito goes for the double-walled bandeja there. And Alemande with yet another error. 3 errors in this game alone. And now 30 all.
I don't know if you can recall yesterday, we were talking about him driving that forearm quite hard. And he does seem to be, you know, you're able to attack him in the beginning stages of a match. You know, he makes 1 or 2 mistakes.
There he goes again for the second time. Pascual high towards his angle. And Gonzalo Alfonso goes for the big one straight at the body of Tito Alemande, who can do nothing more than parry that into the ground.
In many ways, this is a repeat of the Cape Town final.
Indeed.
Obviously.
You think we're going to have a repeat of that scoreline?
Yeah, it was quite an emphatic win in that specific one. I think, obviously, you know, Tito and Tolito have got a chance to rectify that. And they certainly will be determined to do that now. Golden point coming up here.
Golden point and potentially another break. High into there by Alfonso. Alemande gives himself space, goes high, good preparation, but the ball carrying into the back glass, and second break for Alfonso Di Pasquale. And as they go back out to get some refreshments, Coach Rob Rodriguez must be reading Tolito and Tito Alemande the rights.
Yeah, this wasn't part of the plan, let me tell you. So, as you can see then, the body language is not looking good. I'm looking across at Tito now. Not happy man.
And if you look to the other bench, we see Gonzo Alfonso just unfazed. Juan de Pascual in deep thought, deep conversation there with his partner. They're talking about a shot. And although we don't have, we only cross over to the benches erratically, we can tell you that the mood certainly different on each side.
Now look, Alfonso and De Pascual believe that they can beat them. They've done it before, and there's certainly in their minds there's no reason why they can't do it again.
Indeed. 3-0 up in this first set of this second semi-final at the A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. And Gonzo Alfonso will come out, and he's so eager to come out. He's first back on court. He'll come out to serve, trying to press this early advantage as they look to wrap up the first set. Draw blood first in this epic battle, which is the second semi-final of this tournament. Temperatures dropping, and that's not a bad thing. We've had quite a lot of heat, blazing sun. In the previous semi-final, at one stage the players were complaining the sun was in their eyes. This is of course an outdoor event. Tolito goes through the middle, pierces the middle, then drops the pace into the ground slowly and off the fence, and takes the point. Love 15.
Yeah, the magic man. And we're hoping that that magic will get switched on somewhere along the line here. We saw him yesterday. As soon as he switches it on, things start to happen for them.
Tito and Tolito both advancing. High ball drops. Alemande lets it drop. Goes deep, doesn't finish. Makes Gonzo Alfonso go side to side there. This time Alfonso leaves it a little short, not punished. Goes over the head of Alemande. Goes for the bajada. Alfonso beautifully blocked once, twice. This time fakes the smash. And Alemande has to defend at off balance into the back glass to try get it back, and very overhit. 15 on the score line.
Juani for me is leaving a lot of balls for Gonzo, which is, I wouldn't say unlike him, but I mean, sometimes you see him as a little bit more aggressive. He's standing really far down his own line, and he's leaving quite a bit of the court available, or open, should I say, which means that, you know, Alfonso's got to cover a lot of ground, which he's doing successfully now. But as time progresses in this match, I don't know if he's going to be able to do it consistently.
And there's one of the first errors from Juan de Pascual. Relatively easy shot off the back glass there. He swivels with the backhand and hits the top of the net. 30 all is the scoreline.
I think Tito and Tolito are just thinking, let's just get on the scoreboard here. And there's that form I was talking about, same as yesterday.
Once again, another error from Tito Alemande.
I wonder if sun hasn't got a little bit to do with that. There's, you know, if you're viewing at home, the sun has actually come through some clouds now. And it really is in the eyes of Tolito and Tito now. So, making sight quite difficult. Although Alfonso saying the ball touched him on the way through there.
Good honesty call there.
Yes, indeed.
And there it is. It just clips the top of his wrist there, just above his elbow. And we have a golden point. Crowd loves these golden points. Penalty kicks in the world of padel.
And we have a break.
We have a break. Tolito goes low-paced at chest height to Juan de Pascual, who swings at it in what would usually be a winning shot, but it's too much height on it and straight into the glass. And Aguirre now to serve at 1-3.
Yeah, look, if I'm brutally honest here, I'm looking at Juani, and for me, not that he's not positive, or I should say he's not negative, but he's a little apprehensive is maybe the word that I'm looking for.
Gonzo with a big one. And that is a grave, grave error. Might prove to be expensive. See their great defense there by Alemandi. And Gonzo Alfonso tries to take the pace off there, misdirects it into the top of the net.
Great shot there by Talito, using his bandeja across, rolling it across into the fence.
Short and into the fence. No possible answers to those questions. High there from Gonzalo Alfonso. Change of direction from Tolito.
Oh, what a beauty shot, and he gets it.
Alemandi gets it. Great defensive work there from Tito Alemandi.
Unbelievable playing.
After the switching ends, Tito Alemandi takes the power completely off, finds the gap, and wins the point.
Soft hands, all about the soft hands. You can see that ball, he just guides it past Juani there.
I don't think Juani Pascual was expecting a ball that slow.
Forty love. So this is a change around here, not winning a single point in that game. And I must say both Tito and Tilita played really well there.
They did indeed. And as they go, we can coaches at the...
Cuando lo sentimos arriba nosotros, ahí sí.
Un poquito más lenta alguna para que el tipo se te adelante y luego le tiréis el globo. Una vez le tiramos el globo al zurdo y lleguemos pasado, ya tenemos la ventaja.
Escucha, donde el zurdo va colgado, o la deja pasar o le pega por 3. Entonces adelantate un poco, que si pega es toda tuya, ¿eh? Yo voy adentro, papá. Me tiro la cabeza, pero llego.
Dale. Vamos a ir arriba, ¿eh? Vamos. Que de hecho no se había dado cuenta nadie, bro.
Adentro y te llega afuera.
Seguimos jugando. Estamos remando. Lo mejor que estamos haciendo es correr y meterla.
Dale.
Correr y meterla. Hemos quitado los errores no forzados.
Está raro el aire. Sí, por eso te digo. Y está en la misma condición que la vez que perdimos.
Vamos, carajo.
Ahora vamos. Dale, macho, ¿eh?
Vamos. Metimos por abajo.
De igual manera, los primeros games no siento que hayamos volado físicamente, pero tiramos la bola donde la tiramos. Sí, la tenemos que tirar.
As players come back on court and players have taken instruction off the bench, and in the case of De Pasquale and Alfonso, who do not have a courtside coach, they would have had a strategic discussion amongst themselves. It's Juan De Pasquale on serve, serving to Tito Alemandi. Umpire Sergio Perez calling for silence. A very animated crowd here as they start to trickle in. A local football match just ended around the corner, and they are spectators from that match busy trickling into the festival area here at the town square of Halmstad.
Lot of movement from Tito. They're actually not working out for him, running in front of Talito.
Good reflexes though from Tolito, even though that last one was into the glass. Good movement as he walked the net almost there. And, Gonzalo Alfonso there with the much quicker Vibora into the second glass at the back. Pretty love the scoreline.
Great timing and power there. And then immediately making the mistake.
Commentator's curse, that is. I tell you, look, commentator's curse. Praise the player, and he will disappoint you in the next shot. Down the middle goes Gonzalo. And the bajada here now from Juan Pascual. Keeps it low. Alemande does well to recover. Big switch in positions there, Alemande and Tolito. Back to where they were. Juan goes once, twice, changes direction. This time gets the good angle off the glass there, and Tolito Aguirre unable to do anything about that.
And I like what Juan is doing here. He's moving them from left to right. He's using and dictating shots. Very positive play.
Into there by Gonzalo Alfonso, and Tito Alemande plays the sort of shot that I was playing late last night on the paddle court in our little social game, commentators versus umpires, part of the after-game fun held at the A1 Paddle Betsson Swedish Masters. Lots of activities, not just for guests and for the players, but also for the crew and the people involved. So a little social paddle game between the umpires of the tournament and the commentators. Tito Alemande serving now, 2-4 down. De Pasquale and Alfonso able to press that advantage and keep it going after the early breaks. Even though they themselves were broken, they did have one in hand. And you can see there Tito Alemande, deep discussion there with Tolito. Now serving to Gonzalo Alfonso.
So I'm just looking at this feather banner to the right of us, and it is flickering quite hard, which means that wind has picked up again.
And Tito Alemande trying to carve that wind out with a hard hit. Very high head height and straight into the glass. That big forearm volley that you speak about, Luke, put to bad effect over there. Juan Pascual, the high lob, leaves it short. Tolito Aguirre goes to punish, doesn't quite get it right. And Gonzalo Alfonso does, in fact, show him how it's done. Back flick into the ground and out of the court.
That was an amazing shot. Flicking it again, using that wrist. And they're so quick. They get into position quickly.
15-30.
Make it look so easy.
Into the tin there by Tolito Aguirre. And 3 break points on offer here once again, as Alemande and Aguirre continue to struggle to find their rhythm.
Yeah, they need to be careful here. They don't want to go too far behind. And I don't know, again, from a physicality point of view, are they going to be keen on playing 3 sets?
High in the air there by Juan de Pascual. And Tolito takes the pace off, gets underneath the bat of Gonzalo Alfonso, and averts one of the potential 3 catastrophes.
He's trying to pump up Tito over here. Tito's body language not looking great. Again, to your point, Alfonso, on your screen there, he's happy. He's playing well. He's hitting the ball hard.
Tolito goes for the big kick. Doesn't get it out the ground. Gonzalo Alfonso says, thank you very much. Banger into the ground, out of the court, over the grandstand, into the street adjacent to us. And that makes it 5 games to 2. And at the turn, Gonzalo Alfonso will be coming back to serve at 5-2 in this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. If you've just joined me, I'm Padel Karma for ESPN Africa, as well as the A1 Padel broadcasting platforms, coming to you for the very first time in 55 countries and territories in sub-Saharan Africa. And while players take on refreshment and our local MC talks to people in the crowd, and you enjoy the view of the Halmstad Cathedral on your screens, get comfortable, and we'll be right back with you for the final, hopefully, match game of this first set in this wonderful match.
Och Patrik, om vi har en sista fråga då. Vilka tror du vinner den här matchen? Ja, just nu ser det lite tufft ut, men självklart så hejar jag på Tito och vår kära på Lisa. Härligt, damer och herrar. Varm applåd till Patrik Betsson! Instead of also to serve.
Back on court, and Gonzalo Alfonso to serve. Alemandi and Tolito must have read the riot act by their coach at the turn, and they'll be thinking that they need to urgently reduce the error ratio and try and get back into this game. Love 15, oh 15 love, apologies. Oop, Gonzalo Alfonso leaves it late, and surprisingly Tolito doesn't punish. He goes for the soft touch. Probably because of that catches Alfonso by surprise, who just blocks and the ball flies into the back of the glass. 15-all the scoreline.
Seems like the error count from Alfonso is more when the softer balls rather than the harder balls. He loves meeting the ball in front of him. Oh!
Look at that. That is Juan Di Pasquale. This is why, at age of 19, he's touted as a potential future #1. Really easy, got down low, just dinked that over the net to the opposite corner, and no chance for Alemandi.
No chance whatsoever. And yet another great serve using the glass well there. Tolito not able to get his backhand in play.
40-15, and 3 set points. Important to get this first set. And there we have it. Juan Di Pasquale changes direction straight into the corner, and Di Pasquale and Alfonso defying the favoritism of Alemandi and Tolito Aguirre, taking the first set 6 games to 2 in this first set of the second semi-final of this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back to you as the second set gets underway. As Sergio Perez calls time and players come back to court, and you can see as Tolito Aguirre and Tito Alemande walk back on court, Coach Rob Rodriguez walks behind them and follows them as he re-emphasizes their strategy for this second set. Here we come, and Pasquale goes and touches his superstitious corner to his right. You'll see every set he walks to that corner and touches it with his right hand, very much like Federico Chiostri, who touches it every time he wins a point. And Tolito Aguirre here to Juan Pascual. We started the second set just like this, and we had a break. Excellent return there by Gonzalo Alfonso out of court. Tolito able to retrieve it, and Alemande, excuse me. And Juan Pascual still hasn't finished it, so we play on. Tolito goes for the bandeja, looks for the right-hand side, and goes into the top of the net instead.
How good?
You can see watching on the replay. Out of the court, Alfonso retrieves into the net. Alemande reads it well.
How's the wheels on that man?
And there goes the net, and you can just see there Gonzalo Alfonso punching the air with joy.
Soft hands again over their heads.
Juan Pascuala, unfortunately, not being able to get that little Chiquita back up over the net. And it's 15 apiece.
It's going to be interesting to see how Tito and Tolito respond here.
Third key.
And for me, the key will be Tolito. If the Magic Man starts doing his thing as always, they're going to be in with a shot.
And again, to the feet of Juan Pascual, and he couldn't get underneath it fast enough. 40-15. This time, Juan de Pascual into the top of the net. That's 3 errors from Juan de Pascual. And Aguirre and Alemande take the first one. And we have a quick turnaround on the court. And you can see a little bit more bounce on Alemande's feet as he goes to Gonza Alfonso to have a chat with him. And Gonza Alfonso goes to umpire Sergio Perez, collects the new balls. 9 games have been played. And of course, new balls introduced at 9, and then again after 11 games at 20, and subsequently after that. If you've just joined us, 1 set down are Tolito Aguirre and Tito Alemande, 6-2 that scoreline, as Juan de Pascual and Gonzalo Alfonso look to defy the overwhelming favoritism of Alemande and Aguirre and book a place in tomorrow's final of this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. Juan de Pascual, 15 love, this time going to Tolito Aguirre. Hits the top of the net and comes back for another 2.
What I liked, what he did there in the break, is he immediately walked up to his towel, took 2 or 3 seconds, just regathered himself, came and served, hit a phenomenal backhand volley, won the point immediately, back in it.
Into the air there he goes. The bajada there from Tolito into the top of the net.
Dropping his shoulder slightly there.
Love 30 the score. And you can see Gonza Alfonso there packing away the spare balls, passing on to Juan de Pascual. And another little chat. He spotted something. He needed the time to tell him, and hence the jog to exchange balls at the corner. All very strategic, and looks like that was exactly the plan. Ball comes to Juan de Pascual. He fakes the bandeja to the left, cross court, and both Tolito and Alemande fall for it. He changes direction softly into the right and gets the point. 40 love the scoreline, and Tolito with the block into the glass. Excellent there from Juan Pascual, a lot of character. 3 errors in the previous game causing the damage, and he comes back, serves it out to 0. Good turn of confidence.
To have such a head on your shoulder for such a young man is very impressive. I mean, I know we're talking about your match last night. I was in the same match. We hang our heads off the mistakes, don't we?
We do indeed. I know, and we look at the racket. We look for holes.
Well, there are lots of holes in a racket, let's be honest.
And here we have a 19-year-old on the world's biggest stage, taking a deep breath, recalibrating, and coming back to show his opponents exactly what he's made of. Gonzalo Alfonso with a kick smash. Tolito runs out of court. Ball tips the edge of the fence and back in. And good winner there.
And that's what Alfonso does really well. He uses that kick smash to great effect.
Monday this time with a kick smash. Alfonso is out the court, and he mistimes it, can't quite get to it.
Alfonso, for me, is just pure pace. His athleticism is just insane, on another level.
We're talking earlier at just before the semi-finals finished with the guys from Studio Padel. You know, they're a commentating team, part of the Live Nation team that does a lot of broadcasting of paddle games right here in Sweden. They're one of the sponsors of the tournament, one of the partners of this tournament. And we're talking about the quality of players on this A1 Padel Tour. And as always, you know, you get put on the spot who are your favorites. And, you know, you don't want to commit, but you'll end up going for a top 3, Luke. And I came out with my top 3, and Gonzalo Alfonso was one of those. Here we go. He goes down the middle, taking it easy, well controlled. And this time, Alemande goes for a little bit of power. Juan Pascual, not expecting it at that angle, blocks it and into the net. So what are your top 3?
I just wanted to say, I never heard your top 3, but I'm guessing, because I know you fairly well. Was 2 of the top 3 in the previous match?
Just 1.
Just 1. Oh, well, that's quite easy. Maxi, I'm assuming.
Indeed.
You would have went for one of the players on this court here? Tolito, maybe?
No.
Not?
Gonzalo Alfonso.
Yeah, no. But who's the third one?
Third one. I'll tell you right now. My third on the A1 tour, not in this tournament, is a little youngster called Francisco Maya.
Yes, phenomenal.
He's only
player.
16 years of age. Unfortunately, is not in this tournament, but certainly a name for viewers to keep an eye on as they follow the A1 Padel Tour throughout the year. Young boy, 16 years of age, so he's in my top 3. And that was a great point. The crowd giving it the round of applause that it deserves. See, Alemande drops the pace there. Tolito at big stretch. Alfonso changes direction. Tolito on the run around, comes back to the middle. Failed kick smash there from Juan Pascual, and Gonzalo Alfonso flat-footed, off balance there, can't get it back up.
Yeah, look, I think for me, obviously, no hidden agenda. Everybody knows who my favorites are. Franco and obviously Maxio. By far, in my opinion, you know, they're just professional. They are workmanlike. They come in, it looks like they've got a job to do. They get in, they get out, and they finish matches somehow. They find another gear when they need to. I mean, today was a prime example. To be fair, they were cruising, and they let it slip. I spoke to them now when they finished the match, and I said to Franco, I said, geez, you made it difficult. And he turned around and he went, yeah, you know, those guys are tough. And believe me, those guys are tough. A loco. I mean, how did that man play today?
Yeah.
Incredible.
He was incredible. Particularly that second set, he was almost on another level. And here are friends again, the court marshals on court, cleaning up the wet patches that the players make with the perspiration on their bodies. Of course, volunteers from the local paddle club, youngsters, having the time of their lives, hanging out, picking up balls for the world's best players.
This kid in the, they're not showing him now, yeah, he's closest to our boxer, is the best in the world. He does it with a smile on his face. Look at him glaring.
And look at that, he's doing a little jiggy there.
He's doing a little jig.
Having a dance.
I mean, incredible for these young men.
Yeah, they're loving life. Excellent. Because the paddle is not just about the pro players. These little guys, they pick up all the balls that go out of the court, bring them back. They clean up the court. They make sure everything around the court is shipshape. And that's why we call them the court marshals and ball boys. Really top class.
But not only that, I mean, we were watching the 15-year-old Swedish girls play today. I mean, next level.
Absolutely next level. I was super impressed. I had earlier on in the commentator's chair the licensor and promoter of this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Master, Mr. Krista Garrow, and I was telling him about that match. And I was telling him I want to be the agent for those girls because they are out of this world, playing with seasoned professionals and holding their own at the ripe age of 15. And I tell you who else is holding his own is Gonzo Alfonso, as he takes that slightly short return of Tolito Aguirre and goes with power high into the second glass and out of the court. No chance of a run out for anybody there. And 15 love the scoreline. Squall getting it and you know, this is that old adage, the easiest shots are the hardest shots. Here we have on screen El Toro, El Loco. Agustin Torre and Diego Ramos, beaten semi-finalists in the first semi-final.
I quite appreciate it that they're sitting in the stands watching this game. You know, of course they
supporting
could be
their colleagues.
100%. They could be hanging their heads now. They've had a phenomenal tournament. Take nothing away from them. They played absolutely fabulously today. Really huge BMT to come back from where they were. And unfortunately in the end.
15-30.
There we have Tito Lamande giving the commentary box a thumbs up. He's coming back, he says. He's got this.
I feel he's a little bit out of it today. He's not really himself. He's not dominating like he normally does. And I think he's almost leaving. Look at that. And again.
Tolito leaves it short. Gonzo Alfonso says thank you very much. Into the ground, takes the point.
He will do that all day.
This time Juan Pascual aims for the tin, doesn't quite get it. High in the air there by Alamandi, and the ball gets the wind assistance straight into the back of the glass.
40-30.
40-30, the score.
I'm using my feather banner here on the right-hand side of mine. My view line, I should call it. And it seems like it's died down a bit again.
It's almost a gentler breeze now. 2-2. And even Stevens, as Lionel Aguirre gets the ball in hand, and he will serve now. A little tighter. Players being a little bit more cautious than what they were in the first set now. A lot at stake. Alemande and Aguirre don't want to let the slip. They certainly don't want to be broken. Top of the net, so Tolito will get another 2.
Yesterday they were struggling, Tito and Tolito. They didn't like the noise in the crowd. And it looks like again today it seems it seems like it's bothering them. And of course, you know, if there's a bit of pressure and if you're not playing at your absolute best, the slightest thing starts irritating you.
Distractions, indeed.
100%. So, I mean, this is a live crowd. These guys are going to have to get it together.
Ooh, that
was a bad one.
That hurt.
His head
hurt.
Oh, that was pretty bad. I don't know if you've seen that, but that racket ricocheted into his leg.
Yeah, we'll see here on the replay on your screens. And as the ball comes, loses its space, goes in the bounce. Alemandi goes to swing. He swings for the racket, comes back, bounces off the glass, and you can see there he's got pain in the ankle, it looks like it,
I thought
and on his back.
It looked like without the slow-mo, it actually looked like he hit himself and then sort of buckled his ankle, which he was complaining last night. I think he had a bit of back strain as well. So, I mean, this is like a bit of a perfect storm to him. Shame.
There we go.
Looks terrible.
Ankle, physio, hard at work. This is the A1 Padel team physio, and immediately on the scene. And this is, I want to bring this up, Luke, because you're a tournament director. So this is crucial to have these kind of support systems in place when you're running a paddle tournament, whether it's on a professional level or even on a social level, because things can go wrong, accidents do happen, and we need a quick response.
Absolutely.
Hopefully this is not very serious, but you saw how quickly that was. Off the court, physio on hand straight away to look at the injury, and I can tell you now it's slightly off screen, but there's a medic standing by to the right of our commentary box in the stands, and he's standing up already. He's on standby to run in there if needed. Critical thing. Would you agree with that?
100%. Without a question. So it's not only that, anything can happen in the crowd. You've got public safety you've got to look after. These are professional athletes. Even at tournament level, when we're doing it in our own country back at home, you know, anything can happen, you know, God forbid. But you've got to be prepared, I think. And, you know, these days you've got to apply for what they call events licenses. And part of that events license is what is your emergency evacuation plan, what is your medical plan look like. Most of the time they ask you for an ambulance to be on site. In South Africa, at least, that's one of the requirements. But of course, these things sometimes cost money and people try and cut corners, you know. And this is a prime example of why it needs to happen every single time.
Yeah, and you can see there on screen, Tito Alemandi clearly in a lot of pain. We see a replay here again. Ball coming towards the glass, slows down. You see the determination. There goes the ankle. You can see it there. There we go. It bounces. It twists first and then he bounces on it. And there we go. Already trying to keep it off the ground. Oh, and you can just see it cringes there.
I don't think he's coming back from this one.
That's super painful. You can see there as the physio is working on him, he's not happy. It's extremely painful, and it would be a great shame if he doesn't get up and get back on the court. But you know, personal safety, and it's quite paramount for both, for players and crowd, that the well-being of these guys the main priority.
You know, if that's a ligament that's gone, he'll be out for some time.
Well, let's not talk about the worst. You see him there shaking his head as the physio presses things. Tito Alemandi doesn't like being pressed. So he's asking him, is this sore? And he's going press. And then you can see, oh, that's sore. That's a lot of pain. There, that's the spot. That's the spot.
I feel for him. This is terrible. I mean, this is You know, these guys, first and foremost, are competitors. They want to compete. They're gladiators in many ways.
Indeed they are.
Fingers crossed here that he can get up and he can get on court here.
Oh, let's see, he is getting up.
But he is cringing.
You know, the way we know Tito Alemande, if there is a chance that he can get back on this court, he's going to do it.
No, he's tough. He's tough as nails, this guy. And as I'm looking out across this commentary desk of ours, it's getting quite dark, Paulo.
These the cloud covers come over, and it's moving in from a southerly direction. The wind is actually changing direction again. It's been all week blowing in a northerly direction, and today changed and was blowing in southerly. And all of a sudden, we can see not by your feather banner, but my beacon, which is a beautiful Swedish flag in that town dome. And you can see it's changing slowly, and you can see the clouds coming over the court. And Adrian Tito Alemande, General Tito, is back on court. He's going to take a chance with this pain, and seems like the physio has performed his magic. Let's see, and let's hope that it lasts. Tolito into the corner and forcing the error from Gonzalo Alfonso.
Tolito's role is going to be
15 all.
Yeah, Tolito's role is going to be quite pivotal now. He's going to have to do all the running. Of course, if you were the other two, where would the ball be going?
Exactly. But there's the error from Tolito as he looks to go to the right behind the left-hand side of Gonzalo Alfonso. With that bandeja. Clips the top of the net. Look at that. Tolito goes to the body of Gonzalo Alfonso, who's already stuck in the corner, and he still finds a way to dink his racket behind his back and flick it up. A little bit too much strength into the back glass, but just the sheer audacity to try a shot like that in the middle of a semi-final of the A1 Padel Global Tour is testament to this man's skill, Gonzalo Alfonso.
He is talented.
There we go. Alfonso and Di Pasquale aiming at Tito Alemande, and Tolito doing a great covering job there, coming to take it away from them. (40-30). Tolito resisting temptation. This time he lets it bounce. Switch of play, of positioning here between Alemande and Tolito. The bajada from Alfonso, not quite as successful as he would want. Tolito gets it back, but Di Pasquale is there at the net to pierce the gap between Tolito and Alemande.
It is incredible how hard Alfonso hits that ball. His bañada is exceptional. And just the pace he generates.
Golden point forced. Tito's mobility definitely hampered. Tito goes high. Alfonso towards Tolito. And Tolito down the middle once, twice. This time the ball to Alemande. Goes the way of Di Pasquale. Returns the favor. Tolito goes to Alfonso. Alemande at the net now. Ball drops. Tolito exposing himself somewhat. Going to the aid of Tito Alemande.
He's leaving his court way too far open. This is gonna, I don't know how long this can last.
He's a short. Alemande says, I'm not broken yet. I'm still here. Goes into the ground and gets the point. 3-2, Aguirre and Alemande. Juan Di Pasquale will come out serving 2-3 in this second set.
Vamos acá, bien aguantado. Gonza está un poco desenchufado, ¿eh?
Sí.
Está un poco desenchufado, usted está cabreado incluso. Vamos a cargarlo, ¿eh?
Por eso no empezaban a equipar plano, la emboco y corre.
Una que estés parado. Acuérdate de dar el paso atrás cuando le estemos tirando.
Sí, por eso dice esta, ¿viste?
Sí. Alguna que estés parado, tírale un pijazo al zurdo. Un pijazo. Pijazo al zurdo.
Sí,
está parado
pero a
atrás.
meter no, pues me
Gonza
coge,
siempre... Sí. Hay que tirarle
No,
la
no,
rápida.
pará. Es muy distinto. Cuando juega el globo o aquel y vos venís a mi campo y ahí la querés cambiar, te enchufas siempre porque hace así.
Sí, sí.
Otra cosa es cuando estás parado en tu campo.
Exacto.
Frente.
Pero es que no está fácil.
Bueno, no está fácil, pero
Prefiero seguir con el otro y correr.
Dale,
correr,
listo,
correr.
pero no, escuchá, no hagas la viendo para acá porque ya nos enchufó. Si está
No, por eso te dije. No.
No pasa nada, ¿eh?
Ya está.
Te corrige ahora.
Vamos a sacar ahora, ¿eh?
Vamos.
No hay nada. Entra acá.
Bien luchado igual, los 20 del punto de oro, bien. En algún momento va a caer, Bien luchado, vamos.
No la comemos.
Vamos a hacer que la saque.
Si hay que dejarla botar, le amagas el globo y le tiras abajo al centro, lenta. ¿Vale?
¿Cómo, bro?
La dejas botar, le amagas el globo y luego le tiras al centro, lenta.
Players coming back on court, and the word from the benches there was on the Juan Di Pasquale and Gonzalo Alfonso's side. Let's keep doing what we're doing. We almost broke them there. We forced them into a golden point. We're going to keep doing what we're doing. It's going to come, and we can take advantage when it happens. On the other side, Alemande and Aguirre and their coach talking about how Tolito can help Alemande without being exposed on his side as much as he was in the previous game.
I'm quite surprised that Alemande didn't get any treatment there in that changeover.
Agreed, especially because you can visibly see that his movement is restricted. So obviously feeling better about it.
You know, ankles are funny things. It's the back and forth is fine. It's side to side that's the issue.
Alfonso high, Tolito fakes the smash, goes instead to the corner, flat to the side of Gonzalo Alfonso, tempering Alfonso into the lobs, hoping the wind assists a little bit. Both teams being super cautious here. No one wants to give anything away. Di Pasquale changes direction, Tolito off the glass. Aguirre and Alemande switch positions. This time, unexpectedly, Juan Di Pasquale, as he lobs that over, finds Tito Alemande there, as opposed to Tolito, and Alemande cross-court hard into the glass and gets the point.
I quite like what they just did there. They changed that up completely.
Love 15. High into the air there by Tito Alemande. Slightly short. Gonza goes for the smash. Doesn't quite get it. And Tolito on the hop into the ground. Banger! Here we see Gonzalo Alfonso high. Tolito anticipates. Quick jump up, you can see here, and into the ground and out of the court.
And then just a call out to show there that split defense again. Tito staying back, Tolito immediately coming forward, giving him enough time to actually anticipate and get that ball.
Alemande moving a lot better now. How was that shot there from Gonzalo Alfonso? And the bajada there from Juan Di Pasquale tips the edge of the net. And although Alemande was able to get that, he couldn't get the second return.
Tolito's getting frustrated here.
15-30. You see how Alemande was still going to the glass there, and he made a quick break effort there. He wasn't going to run into that glass again.
No, but just watch Tolito's body language here. He's getting frustrated. Little things are irritating him. He's complaining about the crowd. He was agitated by that net. As we go on here, you know, the more work he's going to have to do, I think it's going to really start, let's call it, irritating him in a way.
But he needs to take ownership, and ownership is what champions do. And if you want to win this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Master, you have to take ownership and step up to the plate.
Well, I tell you what, they can step up here. They've got 3 break points.
I'm not sure whether I need to commend Tolito for the audacity of trying to block that shot behind his back, or to pay no comment to the lunacy.
Well, listen,
it's incredible that he even thought about doing something like that.
I just wanted to say, he missed the ball completely, so, I mean, for him to try that, if he pulled it off, would have been insane.
And you can see Tolito and Alemande. A lot of focus on Juan Di Pasquale in the last few points.
And that's where they have to focus, unfortunately. The young man. Try and break him down mentally.
Alfonso coming across. He wants to change the pattern. Alemande this time into the glass. And there's the golden point scenario that Alfonso and Juan Di Pasquale were talking about in the chair. And this time, however, it's not a break. Unfortunately, not a break, but holding on to serve, preventing the break.
That was a really positive move by Alfonso to just take the pressure off Juani. But as you can see, they are picking on him. Taka there.
And Alemande wasn't able to tip that over. And Di Pasquale and Aguirre hold on to serve. And you saw that right now. Tolito not happy. Those frustrations you're talking about, that negative body language, certainly setting in. Three games apiece, and Tito Alemande will come back serving. And very tight second set. No breaks as yet. And this, after the first set, was won by Juan Di Pasquale and Gonzalo Alfonso by 6 games to 2. If you've just joined us, my name is Paulo De Carmo, commentating here on this wonderful second semi-final of this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters for ESPN Africa, for broadcasting for the very first time Padel in African countries and territories, 55 of them, and predominantly on the DSTV channel 219, as well as its various broadcasting affiliates. And joining the ESPN stable of broadcast on the A1 Padel media rights train, ESPN Latam and ESPN America. Streaming also available on the A1PadelGlobal.com website under the streaming tab, as well as the YouTube channels of A1 Padel. And of course, don't be remiss to click like, follow, or subscribe wherever you're watching this. And if you are a social media user, A1 Padel Official, available on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and the recently introduced TikTok platform. go there, make a comment, engage, and let us know what your opinions are. Don't forget also, lots of good news there on the Instagram page is that there's a competition running and you can win a beautiful A1 Padel Monte Carlo International Sports racket as used by some of the pros on this tour. And all you have to do is answer a question, and that question is, what city of Italy is going to host the Italian Grandmasters later on in the year?
Tito playing a lot more. Tito playing a lot more positive there.
There we have on screen there. Franco Del Bianco won his semi-final and has hung around to watch his potential opposition.
These guys all know each other so well. They live together, eat together, breathe together.
Tolito there off his feet.
30 all.
30 all.
Talking about a swirling wind there, I'm looking again at your flag and my feather banner. It's definitely some movement there, Paulo.
Indeed, you can feel it. You can actually feel it, that the wind factor is increasing. Trees swinging around in the background there as well.
We've also had a definite temperature drop here. It's actually almost getting a little bit chilly, to be honest.
Yeah, lots of cloud cover above. You can see the sun behind the cloud cover, but it's not showing its face. Alemandi with a high lob there. Alfonso changing direction and reducing pace. And
Alemandi going down again on that foot of his.
He's definitely feeling it. It's not 100%. He's moving a lot better than what he was when he walked back onto court after the injury. And now he's knocked his finger. The man is a walking wreck.
Listen, mat burn is a thing, huh? I mean, I think we've all experienced it. It really is not pleasant when when you slide on that mat. It really cuts you up to a point.
Still a smiling face, Tito Alemandi. More conversation between Alemandi and Tolito, and umpire Sergio Perez starting to get frustrated with them at this time wasting.
Bit of a loose shot there coming from Alfonso, giving Alemandi and Tolito the game there.
Well, as they go to bench, they'll be coming back with Gonzalo Alfonso serving 3-4 down in the second set. No quarter given, no breaks achieved. And as you take a look there at the beautiful Halmstad Cathedral, a fine example of Gothic architecture. You can see the flag just to the right of it, blowing in the wind, and you can see a lot of movement there on the treetops as this crowd sits patiently on the edge of their seats for the outcome of the second semi-final at this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. I'm Paulo de Carmo, and with me in the chair, Luke Potter, all the way from South Africa, Cape Town, the tournament director of the A1 Padel Cape Town Masters. Traditionally, the first leg of the A1 Padel Global Tour every year.
So this turning out now to be a lot of more of a closer affair, something that we anticipated. I think that first set for me was very quick. I don't think anyone anticipated for Juani and Alfonso to actually win it so easily. So I think this is probably more what we expected.
Yeah, and a hard-fought battle indeed.
So while we're waiting for them, Paulo, anything that you would say you would want to take back to South Africa for our tournament when we have it there? Was there anything that stood out for you, something that, we absolutely have to implement? Sorry, I'm putting you on the spot.
You are putting me on the spot because there's so many things that, you know, we, of course, are new at doing this, and we've done it a couple of times. Lots of similarities in this tournament. But what I really liked, and if I... Apologies there, Luke. I had to watch that point. As Tito Alemande overcomes the pain in his ankle, in his finger, and in his back, and pounds that into a winning shot. And there's the error by Juan de Pascual. And can't afford any more of those. Love 30. The thing that stood out the most for me was the local teams and how they were supported. How they galvanized the crowd, and the impact that they're going to have in the future about... wow. Banga, banga. That's the Tito we know. Look at the smile, look at the swagger as he walks away from that.
I wonder if that's swagger or pain. I'm not sure.
Look at that, look at that, look at that. He comes back, boom, into the net. No answers to be given to those questions.
So for me, Paulo, I think there's three things that really stand out that I think we're definitely going to implement. I quite like the restaurant setup that they've got going here. Obviously in Cape Town.
Gonza letting his frustrations out.
Giving Tito some lip there. All in good banter though. But yeah, so the restaurant setup for me was amazing. We obviously do the food truck thing. These guys have a full restaurant. I think that's a game changer. I think the next thing that we obviously have to consider, they've got a live band tonight, which obviously caters for a very specific market in terms of a festival goer. I think that is definitely something we can look at. I think PK or Philippe, who owns the licensing for both, was talking about.
And there's the break.
Yeah. They're back.
And Aguirre, look at that, he's excited.
And that's better body language, huh?
Much better. He's excited. Tolito's excited. Tito's pumped. And we have a game on our hands as Aguirre takes the balls in hand. He's going to serve. And he's going to serve to Juan de Pascual. 5-3 up now in the second set. He'll be looking to wrap this up. Go to the benches and sit down with Rob Rodriguez, their coach, and re-strategize this third and final decisive step. Here he goes, forgets the pace, and goes the other way. Alemande this time says, okay, I'll give you the pace. Juan de Pascual defends. Glory. And, you know, this is just, let me go with my phrase, champagne paddle.
I've got no words to tell you the truth here. Look at this jump.
He gets it in, and then he gets back for the volley.
Look at that reaction. What are you going to do?
There's absolutely nothing you can do.
Again, calling for silence, the umpire.
To be fair, it's hard to keep quiet when this paddle is this exciting.
I mean, we've watched two games. Oh.
Lucky bounce there off the top of the net.
Tolito very unlucky there.
Love 30. So you won the festival. That was point 2 and point 3.
Yeah, I quite like. It's something very small, yet for me it is quite a nice thing. Have you looked at the lights on their courts?
Yes. You like those?
Very different to ours. It's LEDs. It's very.
Well, LEDs, of course. Sweden, a very green country, and they've got some beautiful LED lumen-based lighting, lighting up the courts, and negates the shadows. You can see there's no shadows.
So those were really the three things that, you know, out of my visit over here, I certainly will take back and implement. That was out.
Let's see what umpire Sergio Perez says.
Yep, that was out.
30 all the scoreline. See as he lifts that. Yep, definitely out.
Quite the debate going on here.
Alemande and Score is incorrect on your screens. The real score is 15-40 as Tolito allows the ball to drop, goes into the corner. Gonzalo does well to retrieve. Going to Pascual with a lob, leaves it a little bit short. You can see Tito also lets the ball bounce. They're really managing the wind very well. And there goes Juan Pascual, the bajada from Tolito. This time Juan Pascual goes for the big one. And Tolito can do nothing with that. And
break back.
Break back. And De Pascual and Alfonso will come back 4-5 down in the second set. And break back, no quarter given. Let's see what the coaches have to say and what the players are discussing in the bench.
Estamos de vuelta. Vámonos,
Vamos de vuelta.
Hemos quebrado cuando estamos buscando, nos pasan, pinchamos, tiramos el globo y volvemos a atacar.
Exacto.
Con bajada de pared no hemos ganado ninguno de los dos y son buenas.
Están pegadísimos además, están muy pegados. Volvemos a reiniciar con el globo, ya está.
No tiene sentido dividir la bola en momentos complicados para mí.
Venga, antes lo hicimos bien, tiramos bien el globo, conseguimos romper. Hemos tenido antes 15-40 y ahora vamos a volverlo a tener, ¿eh?
Es extraordinario cuando descubrimos algún hueco, boludo, ¿me entendés? Sí. ¿Coincidí o no? No sé, me encanta que están los dos pegados, Juan, y pasamos con el globo, empezamos a mandar de la gloria.
La volea del medio nos está dando resultados, pero porque siento que ellos no pueden salir con ese globo. Repito, no pasa nada, no pasa nada.
Están tirando un huevo ahora los globos. Pero si nosotros nos hablamos, lo solucionamos.
Dale, vamos ahora, dale.
Estamos de fondo, jugamos y contraatacamos.
Vale.
Lo superamos arriba y tiramos para arriba.
Vamos bien, vamos bien. Ahora se frena. Vamos.
Back on court, 4-5 down in this second set. Juan de Pascual will be serving after Juan de Pascual and his partner Gonzalo Alfonso won the first set by 6-2.
There's a lot of banter going on this court.
Tito Alemande pointing something else out now. Lots of things bugging these guys on the court today, lots of distractions. And Alemande wasn't distracted at all there with that return, and Juan de Pascual just couldn't get close to it.
Juani must be careful here. These guys are obviously a little bit older, a little bit wiser. He mustn't fall into the trap of getting into banter with him. He should just play his game.
And they're certainly going for his side of the court. Alemande only knows one route, and that's the way of Juan de Pascual. And so does Tolito. Excellent follow-up there by Tolito to the feet of Gonza Alfonso, changing direction, catching Gonza unawares.
And him losing his footing there, which was unfortunate.
Tremendous drop shot there by Gonza Alfonso, and Gonza Alfonso and Tito Alemande gets to it miraculously. The rally ensues, and eventually
Tolito putting it out. And I think that was a clear message there.
Tolito putting it out, but the scoreline doesn't reflect it. Umpire Sergio Perez scores love 40.
No, that can't be.
That's what the umpire call was. You can see the confusion. You can see the confusion as the scoreboard disappears from the top left-hand side of your screen.
Gonzo's trying to get into these guys' heads and faces. He's quite loud, he's quite vocal.
You can see there, Tolito tries, but he's not getting anywhere near that smash. 15-40 the scoreline. Tolito goes over the head of Gonzo. Gonzo high. And this time, Pascual blocks into the glass. And we now have a correct score.
Yeah.
And it is 30-40. Alemande goes for the swivel again, aiming cross-court at Juan Pascual.
It's kind of one-way traffic at this stage.
But we have that golden point.
Yeah, they're targeting Juani, to your point.
Tolito is going to receive. Deep serve. Pascual goes for the big smash. He's been dying to do it. He's pulling the faces there at Gonzo. Says, yes, I made the mistake, but look at what else I can do. And puts the game on the board. 5 games apiece. And really tight. Juan Pascual pleased with himself there. This is what he brings to that right-hand side. As mentioned before, if you were with us earlier on in the broadcast, Juan Pascual used to be a left-sided player, a finisher, and since pairing up with Gonzalo Alfonso, has been playing on the right-hand side of the court, the defender, the builder, yet he's able to bring that secret weapon that he has of finishing into his game. Big advantage, almost redefining the roles. This time Gonzo goes wide, not high enough. Tolito crosses the court and hits it into the ground and out of the court. Yet another banger in the Tolito catalog of bangers.
Tolito's so good at that. He makes it look so easy.
He does, and you can see Gonzalo Alfonso, hands to head. He knows he left that way too short. And if you do that to Tolito, he's going to punish you.
Gonzo putting his hands on his head. He actually thought that ball was going out. He stopped playing.
And you can just see Alemande's one-way traffic towards De Pascual. There he goes. Once again, it's predictable.
Something's got to give here. Great defending here. They're coming in. And eventually...
Alemande shifts the ball slightly to the center. And Juan Pascual just one step short of getting there.
Too much class there.
Here we go. He's been sending it to the corner, changes direction, and Juani just a step too far. Alfonso. Tolito lets the ball bounce, goes deep. Goes at the feet of Gonzo there. It's almost a sequence there Tolito goes for. Goes for the bandeja into the wall and follows it up with one to the feet. This time, however, Gonzalo Alfonso moves Tolito closer to the net at his feet and just can't get it back up. You can see here, Tolito steps in, but just can't get the height onto that return.
And again, we can't not stress the athletic ability of Gonzo.
There we go. I've got to learn how to return serves like that.
Oh, that was a bit loose on his side.
Oh, we've got to stop complimenting these guys because, you know, we compliment them.
Next point.
Next point, it goes out the door.
Commentator's curse.
Alemande to Pascual. There it goes again. There we go. This is the bandeja. He didn't get a chance to go to the feet.
What hands?
And this time, Tolito looking to leave it a little bit shorter, clips the top of the net.
40-30.
40-30 the scoreline.
And there's a buzz around the stadium now.
Just to give you the, you sitting at home on your chair, your sofa, your recliner, and you're watching on your device or your screen, just to give you an indication of how tight this match has been, despite the first set score being 6-2, we are into minute 130, 1 hour and 34, so 94th minute of the game, and we haven't finished the second set yet.
Juani watching that ball all the way off the glass there. Beautiful to see his movement.
It is so one-way traffic. Alemande to Di Pasquale. It's almost like they're having their own match within a match. Alfonso high into the air. Tolito that time didn't let the ball bounce, went for it straight away. Alemande, for the very first time in a long time, goes the way of Alfonso. Tolito finishes that point off. Change of direction.
Too good.
And 6-5. Aguirre and Alemande in the second set after dropping the first by 6-2. If you've joined us now, you're watching us on ESPN channel 219 on the DSTV bouquet. That's ESPN Africa broadcasting Padel for the very first time to 55 countries and territories around Africa. And if don't forget, if you're active on social media, to go to the A1 Padel official Instagram, Facebook, Twitter or TikTok account and like, subscribe or follow, and don't forget to engage. Tell us what you think, tell us who your favorite player is, and if you are on Instagram, there is a competition right now, and details are on the page. Go ahead and answer the winning question and win a beautiful Monte Carlo Sports Stan Wawrinka paddle racket as used by some of the pros on this tour. Luke, when we sat down here and we saw 6-2 result, we thought this will be quick. But it isn't going to be quick. As we said earlier, an hour, 35 minutes already. We're not finished the second set. And we may just have a third.
Look at this rate, I think we're going to definitely have a third.
It's not out of the question.
I must say, Tito is looking far better now. His movement is better. He's obviously recovered well from that ankle injury he had earlier. You know, as long as that ankle stays warm, it's going to be okay. It's obviously if he sits too long and it gets a little bit cooler, that's when he's going to get hurt and he's going to feel that pain and it's going to get a little bit of inflammation in it. But it certainly would appear that as this game is going on, they're getting better.
They are getting better. Holding them together, the body language is a lot more positive. They're feeling stronger.
I think the key here again is Juani. Alfonso, you know, he's solid. He's serving now, luckily. It takes the pressure off Juani. If you wanted somebody to be serving now, it would definitely be him. And there again, your commentator's making the mistake.
Into the net.
But the entire match, he has been the go-to guy. And, you know, of course, we're just waiting for Juani to do his magic when he gets the chance to do it. And there is a good example of Tolito doing his magic. Quick hand, spinning around, hitting his backhand volley through Juani at that stage.
Beautiful. Look at that.
That is incredible.
At his best. The ankle's definitely back to its best. Either that or tomorrow it'll be the size of a soccer ball.
I think it's a little bit of both, to be honest with you. And you know, we're always referring to chess in this game. And it's the ever-changing mindset of being on the attack, like they were. Oh, my word. Seems to be an issue here.
Love 40 and 4 break points.
So what I was saying is that mental state of being on the attack, then going on to the defense, and then attacking again and going back and forth like that. If you're not able to change your mindset, this game is really not for you.
There we go, Gonza to Tolito. Tolito off the glass.
Did you see what he just
says? I know that trick. I've seen it before, and I'm sending it hard and low into the glass towards Tito, and he ain't gonna get it.
Just watch this.
Look at that. Gonza well aware of it, but excellent shot there by Tolito, and excellent anticipation and finish from Gonza Alfonso.
What is exciting is to see Tolito starting to do these things now. And that will bode well for his confidence. It just shows what space he is. And there's the set.
There's a set. Great break. And we're on for a third set. 7 games to 5. The second set for Aguirre and Alemande after dropping the first 6 games to 2. And as the players go off court, I highly recommend that you go out there, get yourself some popcorn, hot dog, some crisps, and sit back and enjoy what is going to be a humdinger of a third set, the second semi-final of this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. It's going to be amazing. A tremendous amount of champagne pedal and a collection of bangers are going to happen in this third set as we see the number 2 seeds taking on the 4th seeds, 1 set apiece, and the excitement builds. We're going to take a break and we'll be back to you just before the third set starts. And welcome back, ESPN Africa. Hello, Africa. This is the world of paddle, the fastest growing sport in the world, now sprouting its wings in the continent of Africa. Players back on court, and we have serving Tolito Aguirre and Tito Alemandi, having just taken the second set in this epic match, 7-5, after dropping the first set by 6-2. They are taking on Gonzalo Alfonso and Juan Di Pascual, the number 4 seeds in this tournament. Of course, Tolito Aguirre and Tito Alemande, the number 2 seeds. So an all-seeded semi-final, the second one. The first one earlier today, Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco, the number 1 seeds, taking on and winning the number 3 seeds, Agustin El Locotore and Diego Ramos. So Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco having booked their place in tomorrow's final. And here, these two teams battling now at 1 set apiece for the second spot in that final. That final, of course, the final of the A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. And the Swedish Masters, part of the A1 Padel Global Tour, the halfway mark, in fact, of the year's tour. A Padel Global Tour that visits 21 cities in 14 countries just this year in 2023, expected to grow to 24 cities in 18 countries in the year 2024. If you've just joined us, Paulo de Carmo bringing you his own dulcet tones as he commentates this epic battle. And I am joined in the commentators' desk by my guest, Luke Potter, the tournament director for the A1 Cape Town Masters. And Luke having come to Sweden on an exploratory trip to see how other markets produce and develop their tour event. And Luke, so far, visit good?
Great visit, great food, great people, phenomenal paddle, wonderful atmosphere. And I think it's lived up to all the hype.
It has indeed. What a great tournament. You know, the first day with the rain coming in, delaying play. Second day, exactly the same thing. An enormous backlog of matches due to the inclement weather. Now fully caught up as of yesterday. And as every day went by, the tournament just got better and better. The atmosphere grew larger. The smiles got bigger. And the players got happier, and of course now we have this really outstanding event. It's now 2000 hours local time. You heard the church bells tolling in the background, and this enthusiastic crowd still here, filling up both sides of the court. And unbeknownst to you on television, right next to this main arena where we're playing this match is a festival arena, where a big screen of these events is up, and people are sitting around there enjoying the facilities around the event. Lots of activations and activities from sponsors and vendors, lots of food and drink available, so everybody in a very jovial mood. And of course a music festival going to be starting in support of this event straight after this semi-final is finished. Gonzalo Alfonso off the back wall there. What an unorthodox return that, Luke. That Gonzalo Alfonso return of the serve. And you can see that Pascual and Alfonso on the board 1-0, and Alfonso highly vocal with enthusiasm at having taken that first game.
And he's trying to get pumped. I mean, towards the end of the second set there, I think, you know, they were feeling a little bit down. He's trying to pump his partner up. Screaming, he's shouting, he's quite comical in many ways. I guess you've got to do what you got to do. anything that is going to make you win in the end, I guess. As you can see him walking over there to Juani's side and you know, trying to get him on the same level.
Tito Alemande there trying to return that to the opposite direction and not quite getting it right.
Fantastic smash.
Juani doing Juani things. Gonzo will be pleased when Juani does things like that, because it means that his confidence is coming back.
Fantastic defense there from Alfonso. Talita going super high.
Gonza coming to take control, lets it bounce, goes big and strong, deep to Alemande territory, and you can see just what that means there to Gonza Alfonso. Boom.
I haven't seen him this pumped for a while.
Boom, boom, room. Take that one and see if you can block it.
We attended the Boom Boom Room the other night.
We did indeed. Hence my inspiration for my comments. Great entertainment venue here in the city of Halmstad. This town on the southwestern coast of Sweden. A summer town. Well worth visiting from a tourist perspective. And certainly a grand host for the very first time of this A1 Padel Global Tour. The break early on achieved, service held, and now Alemande to serve love 2 down in this third set. Early setback, but not yet anything to panic about, Luke?
No, look, a break's only a break if you keep your serve. So they'll be happy that they've got it. But one break certainly isn't a train smash. These guys are so talented. You would expect them to come back. Again, singling out Juani there, going directly to his body. And this has been a trend throughout the second set. And I think their intentions is quite clear who they're going for. Member of the crowd, they're putting his hands, his head in his hands in shock.
Tolito there with a high lob straight into the back of the glass.
Talita hitting, or Tito at least, hitting these lobs with pinpoint accuracy. In fact, all four of these gentlemen playing with precise intensity and pinpoint accuracy.
There we go, Alemande off his glass, but the ball skewing into the side fence on the opposite side of the court. You can see there Rob Rodriguez on screen. Alemande and Aguirre's coach having to earn his keep today, trying to keep these guys motivated and getting them G'd up to turn around the deficit of the first set. Job well done. They won the second, but now more work to be done.
The amount of pace that Talita gets off that spinning backhand of his is just incredible. I've been watching him do it the entire week, and he just spins at will, and the pace that he generates is quite frightening.
Talita is super athletic, super mobile, super agile. and anyone who misjudges him. And in fact, I do think some of the players underestimate him because of his physical demeanor and his physical appearance. And he just does things that only a super fit man can do.
No one else does it. But again, we've got to say that's his anticipation and his vision for the game. It seems like he's just got more time than anyone else.
There's the error by Juan de Pascual. Two important errors here in this game. Alemande down the middle, ball drops, and Juan de Pascual able to lift it, leaves it short. Alemande strong into the back glass, and Gonz Alfonso cannot reach it. At the turn, they'll come back with Alfonso serving at 2-1 up in this third set of the second semi-final of the A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. You can see some highlights there on your screen, and we'll be back to you shortly. Court marshals there, clearing up the wet patches as the sun almost completely disappears. But despite the sun having disappeared, still very much daylight here in Halmstad in Sweden. Sun, the light daytime only ending roughly at about 11 p.m. at this time of the year, and long days as daylight returns around about 3 a.m. So very long days, very short nights, and a real summer city, the city of Halmstad.
See, we got a highlight reel there of Alfonso's emotions and in many ways comical behavior. The guy is passionate. That's the only way you can define it.
He's passionate and he wants to win this match. He's got a chance. He's 2-1 up in this third set. And in fact, he's now gone 15-love up. Very high there by Tolito Aguirre. Off the wall. Gonz Alfonso goes this time to Alemande. Leaves it short. And Alfonso with the banger. Straight at the side of Alemande, who is moving away from it. Ball hits the glass, you can see there, and shifts away. Alemande almost ducking that firing squad-like shot.
That's a bullet.
And brilliantly played, well-timed, brilliantly positioned there by Juan de Pascual.
That was really good. I mean, he went right across Alemande there. Even him giving him the high five, 100%. Look at that little deft touch there from Talito. But again,
Juan de Pascual comes alive like this and followed the Machada with the volley, and 3-1 the score. Torito's going to be wanting to change things up, stay in the game, not let the distance between the two teams get too big. So he'll be serving now, 1-3 down. You want to hold his serve. Really critical game this now.
He wants to rectify it. He got broken up front. So he'll definitely want to rectify that.
Comes just when everyone expected the bajada there from Alemande. He lobs. But Pascual, however, does do the bajada. And Juan Pascual on the swivel, straight out of the court.
A lot of strategies going on here.
Lots of talking, players interacting. Umpire Sergio Perez not happy with his time wasting. They're supposed to be doing this at the turnaround of games.
You know, we're always talking about players and that, but how solid is Sergio? I mean, we spent some time with him last night. What a gentleman.
What a gentleman. And of course, Sergio Perez, the senior umpire on the A1 Global Padel Tour, and also the director of sport for the A1 Padel Tour, and a lot of responsibility in that job. He manages the A1 Padel Global Academy, and does a lot of work nurturing some of the young players that join the tour, and that and his little beloved project, which Luke, you and I are both involved in, the multi-zonal qualifiers for the master tournaments, all done in an effort to rediscover and expand talent and footprint in the sport of paddle. So really a tough job, all-encompassing job that he does, and as you say, solid. Top umpire, top director of sport, top man.
And a handy paddle player like we learned last night.
We're not telling anybody about his paddle skills because we were on the wrong side of those. We will take revenge.
Tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. here.
And that, unfortunately, will not be televised here on ESPN Africa. But if you follow the A1 Padel Global social media pages, we might just sneak a peek into there of the umpire versus commentator challenge.
It's a great rally, this.
Great rally there. And Tito Alemande goes through the middle. Gonza Alfonso can't get it. You can see the banter there between Alemande and Gonza. Having a go, and Alemande was telling Gonza, you see, I got you. You're too slow, you're getting old. And Gonza Alfonso replies with, I'm coming to get you now, don't you worry. Well, excellent banter between these two.
I like what's happening here between Tito and Talito. They're smiling all of a sudden. We never saw any of that in the second set.
Tito this time into the net. And Gonza Alfonso tells him, and now what happens?
Exactly. Tit for tat here. And this is a problem.
This is an important golden point. And potential break point again. And this very, very critical. If Alfonso and Pascual get this, I think we're going to see some heads dropping here on this side. And if they do get it, then if Aguirre and Alemande get it, then we might just see a positive comeback here.
We're always talking about that infamous scoreboard pressure. You cannot, in the third set, go down 4-1. The pressure just mounts. Sometimes it becomes the mountain too much or too high to climb, at least.
You see, both these teams are going to be very cautious here. Torito goes for the fake smash.
Yeah, you see that none of them are winding up here.
That lob left a little bit short. Torito still doesn't go for the power.
All these guys very tentative. Oh!
Torito on the ground there, manages to get up well. No one wants to be the guy who makes the error. Alemande well defended there. And the bajada there from Alfonso. Di Pascual intercepts down the middle. Another bajada and it's Di Pasquale into the net. And you can see there Tito Alemandes saying, it's my game. He's pointing to himself. And
how good was this from Talito?
What a save there, Talito. He dives, he goes, he comes back and he gets the other one back. And beautiful bajada there. And the follow-up, just not good enough. And
bien luchado.
you'll see now, yeah.
Pero no me la agarra de aire a la víbora, ¿no? Pero escuchá, solo tengo una duda. ¿La víbora que tiré, me la agarra de aire?
¿Cómo te agarra de aire? Todas.
¿De sobrepique?
La
última, por eso te digo.
Vos decís que para mí no te cambiar ahí, porque nos agarra mal. Nos agarra mal, es muy difícil, porque vos estás cayendo para mi lado y va tan rápida que no tenés tiempo a llegar porque el flaco la juega fina. Ojo, es virtud de él.
Sí.
Porque las que tiraste están bien, pero te las hace bien.
Y en una sola lo pude meter, boludo.
Entonces, acá hay dos cosas. Acá hay que... joder, el tobillo. Acá hay que analizar dos cosas. Vamos un break abajo y no pudimos quebrar.
Vamos, macho, Dale, papá, vamos. Vamos te saque, dale, vamos a hablar mucho acá.
Va. La contra de Alfonso es la única que nos hace daño.
Va. De eso cuando estamos adelante.
Yo escuché atrás, digo.
No estamos tirando los globos para romper. Necesitamos tirar más globos cuando empezamos.
Y ahora se frena, Y ahora se frena. Vamos a hacerlo.
Vamos a tirarlos, así nos vimos. Así tuvimos 3 veces.
Players coming back on court there. The message in the Aguirre Alemandes camp is avoid, do not allow Gonzalo Alfonso the vibra. It comes fast, it's difficult to deal with. The ball's starting to accelerate, and just let's not do that, and let's stay in this. And the message on the other side, Gonzalo Alfonso telling Juan Di Pasquale, don't worry, we're still ahead. Don't worry about that net, and just play your game. Keep your head above, your wits about you. And Juan Di Pasquale does exactly that. Goes for the big smash, straight at Tito Alemandes' right-hand side, and the ball out of the court. 15-love the scoreline, as Juan Di Pasquale looks to go to Tolito Aguirre.
And that's his game. Paulo, he's got to do a lot more of that. He's got to go as hard as he can at Alemandes. Talita obviously got the quicker hands, I would say, and Alemandes the grinder of the two, let's call it.
Interestingly, also in that conversation on the bench there was while, let's just finish this point, I'll tell you about that. There he goes again, Juan Di Pasquale, and doesn't clear the fence, but clips the top of the fence and comes back. So 30 love to Juan Di Pasquale. And I was saying, while they were talking on the bench to their coach, to Rob Rodriguez, Tito Alemandes and Tolito, Tito Alemandes turned, and as he turned, he cringed and took his hand down to his ankle. So clearly still in discomfort from the earlier injury. If you've just joined us now, we've had the physio interaction with Tito Alemandes as he went for a defense off the glass and hurt his ankle quite badly.
So my question to you, while we're watching a great point here again, is obviously adrenaline is kicked in here, let's be honest. He's operating purely on adrenaline.
Yeah, indeed. Like I said earlier on, he's either gotten over the pain or tomorrow morning he's going to have an ankle the size of a football.
So look, here we go.
Here we go. Wonderful kick smash there from Tolito. Ball out of the court. Gonzalo Alfonso anticipates, runs out and caresses it down the line. Here we go. Out of the court. Alfonso in the position, rolls it down into the net. Another angle here. And you can see this here, runs out of the court and into the net.
Beautiful execution.
Banger.
Banger indeed. So my question is tomorrow, let's argument's sake say, these guys get through. What does he look like tomorrow?
Heavily strapped.
Fair enough.
I'm sure and perhaps a little tired because the physio will be working all night trying to get him into shape. Here comes the bajada, and
he just hits it on will.
Excellent execution, and there we go, Gonzo Alfonso in fine spirits.
I must say, if he hits 10 of those, he makes 9.
There's only one better than this in the world of paddle, and his name is Maxi Arce.
Sure. That's a big statement, fair enough. Look,
he's good, he's very good. Maxi's 9 out of 10, he's an 8 out of 10.
What I think with Maxi is a different stroke, though. Obviously, Maxi's left is the first thing. He doesn't hit it with the same velocity and pace that Gonzo hits.
No, but he chooses his angles. 100%. It's a different direction every single time.
So what I'm saying is his margin for error is less because he doesn't hit it quite as hard.
Indeed.
Gonzo hits it at 950,000 miles an hour accurately.
Indeed. And he does it so well, and look how motivated he is as they go up 4-2 in this third and decisive set. Alemande now serving love 15, and Alemande and Aguirre have now got to dig really, really deep. Practice shot there from Alemande after the umpire called the serve a fault. Here we go again. This time the drop shot from Alemande surprises both Juan Pascual and Gonzo. Big smile there on Gonzo Alfonso's face. And he says to Juan Pascual, don't worry. Happens. 15 all. Down the middle goes Gonzo. Excellent get there by Juan Pascual. Gets the first one, and then off balance on the turn. He's unable to get back the block from Tito Alemande.
I'm just looking at Juani now, and you must say the maturity of this young man has impressed me. Still smiling, moving forward, playing his shots. He's having a great game. Look at that.
Goes big. Well blocked. Alemande goes big to the other side, and this time there's no one there to block it. Banger of a point, and well worth a watch on the replay channel. 30 all the scoreline.
I think you're going to need to start patenting this word banger of yours that you use.
My Spanish counterparts have got puntaco.
And you've got banger.
And I've got banger.
I like it.
And I'm going to spell mine B-A-N-G-A, banga.
Well, you know, you need something.
They are banging points, aren't they?
It's incredible.
30 all. Alemande to Juan Pascual. Bit of banter there with the crowd from Alemande.
How's that get from Gonzo?
How's that for Alemande leaving that one?
I think that was more squeaky bum time than anything else.
I mean, that was temptation. And he resisted it. Excellent call there, Tito Alemande. 40-30. Trying to stay in this game. 2-4 down in the third and final set of this second semi-final of the A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. At stake here, a place in the final to take on Maximiliano Arce and Franco Del Bianco, who earlier today won their semi-final against Agustin Torre and Diego Ramos.
Little Rolo there from Tolito.
Tolito fakes the smash. Juan Pascual aware of it. Goes for the kick, doesn't get out, and while Tolito is outside, Alemande tries to reach it, can't quite get there. You can see here, he leaves it high, Gonzo goes for the thing, and the geometry of the shot getting the upper hand. Golden point here. And Alemande going to be serving.
Taking his time.
Taking his time.
I think he's doing the right thing here, just disrupting.
Checking the balls. New balls are going to come in the next game, so he's just making sure. And Gonzalo Alfonso this time going to take the serve. Goes the way of Di Pasquale. And Tolito goes big.
Oh, my glory, just missed that.
Hits the tin. And rather fortunate that is from Tolito Aguirre. Juan Di Pasquale with his head hanging over the net there. And he's thinking, how did I not get that back?
Yeah, that was a big opportunity for him.
Here we go, He's got it. Goes for the Dormilona. And it doesn't quite come off the top edge of the net. And you can see how disappointed he is with himself. Tolito there, deep breaths of relief.
Yeah, Tolito knew he was in trouble there.
Yeah.
He had nowhere to go. I mean, he was a sitting duck.
Indeed it is, but no big panics for Alfonso Di Pasquale, who will come back to serve after this break. 4-3 up in this third set. And, beautiful view there as the sun starts to pick through the cloud cover once again.
No seas boludo, escúchame, tiene una pareja como siempre, flaco, con un revés por tu derecha, llego, la defiendo y haces que sí que no, boludo. Yo sigo corriendo.
Cuando el flaco le pega, tenemos que correr. No puede ser que yo tenga que correr toda la cancha. Si pega para acá, no llego. Si pega para allá, no llego. Me va variando.
4 puntos. Está bien. Pero ¿vos crees que sos el que está corriendo toda la cancha y yo no estoy corriendo? ¿De verdad crees eso?
Boludo, no es más. Te digo, no es más.
Entonces, si lo que bien.
Vamos a romper ahora.
Si lo que bien.
Vamos a romper ahora. Vamos, solamente decime eso.
Ah, no, sí, te dije eso.
Me quedo tranquilo de eso.
No me gritas porque si no me empiezo a morir. Y eso es lo que nos activa. Dale, ¿vamos por esta? Dale.
Ivo, si yo te estoy pidiendo disculpas, no intentes pelear, no seas pajero, no intentes pelear, que se nos van todos los putos torneos, hermano. Vamos,
unidos ahora.
Vamos, no busques excusas para perder, vamos.
Vamos a perder, boludo.
Vamos a hacerlo ahora, bicho.
No hay mi problema, boludo, vamos a ganar, carajo.
Vamos a olvidarnos de lo que sea que haya pasado. Vamos a hacerlo ahora.
Ya está, boludo, seamos positivos, carajo, seamos positivos, boludo. Seamos positivos, vamos.
Vamos a correr.
Players back on court. Gonzalo Alfonso, Juan Di Pasquale back first, eager to get on with it. They'll be serving 4-3 advantage. New balls now introduced, and you can see that Gonzalo Alfonso taking a little air out of those balls. Going to serve to Tito Alemande. On the bench there, Tito Alemande motivating Tolito Aguirre, asking him, don't you want to win this tournament? Let's go. While Juan Di Pasquale and Gonzalo Alfonso, more subdued conversation. We're doing all the right things. Let's just keep doing what we're doing. We have the advantage. Let's not lose it and just play our game. And there we go. Clever play there by Juan Di Pasquale. The entire left side of the court open. Both Alemande and Tolito expecting it to go there, and he goes straight back where it came from.
But how
picks up, yeah, look at that, both of them there. They both start moving right. He goes back to where it came from, both off balance. And really intelligent play there by Juan Di Pasquale.
He's noticeably limping again after that fall.
Well taken from underneath his toes there. Slower paced. And this time Juan Di Pasquale fluffs his lines, edges the ball with the top of his racket. And you can see there on screen Fabrice Pastor, the president of the A1 Padel Global Tour, as well as the president of Monte Carlo International Sports, one of the biggest sponsors of both padel tournaments and players on the global padel scene. And he pulled that face because he thought, okay, how does that work? As Juan Di Pasquale was edging that ball into the glass. Down the middle goes Gonza. This time looks for the corner behind Tolito. And Tolito with an excellent reverse backhand. Gonzalo Alfonso equal to the task. This is textbook defending here by Gonzalo Alfonso, who blows the positive emotions from every part of his body. Look at that.
There is a boiling point that's happening here, I'm telling you.
Gonzalo Alfonso really pleased with that. Pumped up. And, I think Tolito might have touched the net there.
He did. He did.
Well positioned, not so good the execution. 40-15 is the scoreline, and Juan Pascual goes and exchanges balls. And for a fresher one, balls lose a little bit of pressure as you play. High into the glass there from Alemande. 5-3 the advantage. And you can see there, Alfonso picks up that ball, passes it on to Aguirre and gives him the stare.
Listen, I'm telling you, Gonzo is getting under their skin here. That's what's happening. They're maybe not reacting, but you can see they're not happy here. Now they're moaning about the crowd again. You see, it's all happening on this court.
It is all happening on the court. And La 15 is the score. Tolito going down to Juan de Pascual. Drop shot. Gonzalo Alfonso reads it well. Lobs Tolito Aguirre, who goes high into the air. And sprays the shots. The returns left and right. Goes for the big one. And back to his court. You know, we've said it over and over and over during the broadcast this week. When you leave these returns, particularly lobs, short, at this level,
it's gone.
It's gone. You just, these guys put them away, and there's no forgiveness whatsoever. Love 15 the scoreline.
Look at that power again.
And more power there. This time on the forehand, but that power carries the ball into the glass. Unforced error there. And Gonzalo Alfonso can smell it. He can smell this final spot.
This victory. I mean, and this would be 2 in a row over these guys. They did it in Cape Town. As it's standing now, it looks like they're going to get it right here as well. Still, you know, a lot to play for, but
Juan Pascual goes into the back glass there.
But Paulo, this has been a fascinating 2 semi-finals we've had. I mean, both going to 3 sets, amazing matches, phenomenal crowd support. It really just has been champagne paddle.
And you couldn't ask for more. The top 4 seeds of the tournament in the semi-finals, playing each other.
Oh, Tolito getting away there a little bit with that bounce.
You can see Alfonso there being cautious, just measuring his shots. Juan de Pascual, and there's a short one. Tolito going for the big one. De Pascual follows it and crashes that into the ground and out of the court. Look at that big smile.
And that brings us
15-40.
3 match points.
3 break game, set and match points on the line here. And the crowd getting their hands together. And Tolito will be going to Juan de Pascual. And Tolito this time says, enough, I'm coming to the net, and this one is mine.
That was a slap shot.
30-40.
That could have went anywhere.
Still 2 match points available here. Over the head of Tolito, goes high into the air. Juan de Pascual takes that despite Gonzalo Alfonso being tempted. There goes the bajada. Tolito defends well. Alemande looks for the gap. Doesn't find it this time. Goes over the head of De Pascual. And Gonzalo Alfonso with a lob there, misdirected into the net. This time is a turn of Juan de Pascual to tell Gonzo, think about it, think about it. Let's do this. And they have a golden point. The crowd loves it. They're on their feet. They're clapping them away. As we have another penalty. The golden point, the penalty of Padel. Golden point for the match.
I'm quite surprised to see Juani taking this ball, and there
and he does, and he turns it into the glass. Not yet the match. And but at the end of it, they'll go to the switch. Juan Pascual will come back serving for the match.
And I must say, for me, we live Padel.
Estamos ganando. Dale, después lo criticamos y lo hablamos. Dale,
last call.
Ahora cerramos, ¿eh?
Todo bien, o sea, están los dos, te entiendo lo que vos me decís, pero no sé para dónde salís, están los dos.
Sinceramente no sé qué decirte, están los dos en la red. No sé qué más detalle darle, porque estaban los dos en la red. No se pegó nadie, nadie se fue a mitad de cancha, nadie nada.
Me confundí, la tiré muy mal, Dudé un montón, acá arriba lo tengo.
No, o sea...
Vamos de vuelta.
Jamás en la vida te lo diría así mal, pero sentí que tiraste el globo porque yo no te canté. Onda, que lo tiraste afuera, a propósito.
No la quise tirar afuera, boludo, lo tiré incómodo, lo tiré dudando.
Sentí eso.
No, lo tiré dudando.
No, nada, ¿eh?
No, estamos ganando. Dale.
Bien jugados, ¿eh?
Dale.
Vamos.
4 puntitos. Dale.
4 puntitos, dale. 4 puntos bien jugados. Vamos, macho, ¿eh? Vamos, macho. Vamos, carajo, ¿eh? Vamos, que no nos ganan estos carajos. Vamos, Venga.
And players back on court, the conversations there on the bench. Gonzalo Alfonso very disappointed with how they played that last game. They had 3 match point opportunities, and in his mind, they didn't handle that very well. Juan Pascual concurred, thinking they should have been further up the net in a lot of those shots, but still feeling positive. They've come back, and Juan Pascual is going to serve, and he's serving potentially for the set and match.
So what I was saying earlier on, you know, we live Padel. The slogan of A1 Padel, this is certainly living up to that.
Indeed it is. High lob there from Alemande, and you'll remember we spoke about the change in wind direction this time. The wind carrying that into the glass, because the wind has changed from moving from a southerly direction to moving in a northerly one.
And most tournaments played in Sweden is actually indoors. So this is unusual for the Swedish crowd, at least.
And Alemande out of court. Tolito will need to buy some time there for him to get back. He is back.
Back in the fray of things immediately. How's this for defending?
Incredible defending. What a point.
Oh, what an incredible
Pascual
point.
goes to the feet of Tolito. A little bit of topspin on that one, and the ball just rolls up over his paddle and out of the court.
Again, we speak about the maturity of this young man.
Indeed, he just come off a disappointing potential match-winning position that they gave up. And here he is serving, and 30 love up. Earlier on today, or yesterday, in fact, we started it. Gonzalo Ubinha, who has commentated a few games with myself, we started a new thing, the Man on Fire Award, Man of the Match. And we can't forget on this one, we can't be remiss.
For me, it's quite an easy Man on Fire Award there. Yeah, look at him showing off.
Man on fire, it's unanimous.
It's unanimous.
Gonzalo Alfonso. And as he kick smashes that out of the court, Tolito races out. Ball ricochets off Sergio Perez's umpire's chair. And Tolito can do nothing but smile at that. Even the obstacles are against him. I think sometimes you get to a point where you think, what else can you do? 40 love. Yes, Juan Pascual serving for the game, the set, and the match. And high ball, he goes big. And well defended, Gonzalo Alfonso. And there's the kick smash. Tolito into the crowd. Flips it out, goes up, and look at Gonzalo defense. He is in his element, hard fought, big excitement, lots of emotions. And look at that, all of that leads to big sportsmanship as the game ends. Look at them hugging.
Incredible match.
These two boys have fought their heart out, and Juan Di Pasquale and Gonzalo Alfonso have booked their place in the final tomorrow of this A1 Padel Global Tour, A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters, and they couldn't have played better. You agree, Luke?
I'm gobsmacked. I don't think anyone was really expecting this result.
No, not at all.
I can't say that. I can't say
well,
that.
If the betting odds, and our name sponsor is Betsson, www.betsson.com, there was, the favorites were Tolito,
Yes.
Aguirre and Alemande at 1.35. That is a 65% favoritism versus a 35% favoritism for Gonzalo Alfonso. You see the stats there on your screen, and you see the 11 smashes out of 14 for Alfonso and Di Pasquale versus 2 out of 4. That's in set 3. 24 winners versus 12. And only 7 unforced errors. Overall in the match, you can see there, 58 winners versus 41. Quite equal on the unforced errors. But the big stat there that smashes, 23 out of 42, restricting Alemande and Aguirre to 7 out of 12. And those stats tell the points. 5 break points versus 3. And we're going to cross over to center court, where Clara Navarro, our A1 panel interviewer, is on court with the match winners.
Bueno, pues sí, yo estoy aquí con los ganadores del partido. Juani, la cara de felicidad que tenéis ahora mismo, además era un partido en el que todo podía pasar, ha sido muy difícil, pero ya estáis en la final.
Bueno, sí, creo que, nada, primero felicitar a Tolito y a Tito, creo que son un parejón, son duros rivales durante lo que va del año. Creo que esto es fruto de todo el esfuerzo que hicimos, no veníamos pasándola tan bien, quizás no podíamos tener los resultados que queríamos, sufrimos mucho, luchamos mucho, entrenamos mucho para conseguir estos resultados, así que nada, felicitar de vuelta a mi compañero, agradecer a Valentín de vuelta, agradecer a todo el equipo que tenemos detrás, que la verdad que siempre están con nosotros, haciendo un apoyo increíble, y agradecer a Fabri, a todos los sponsors por hacer esto posible, y nada, muy feliz por todo.
Well, they have been working really hard during these weeks. They have training a lot, and they knew that Tito and Tolito are very tough rivals, but this is like a recompensation for every effort that they have made. Gonza, mañana final, segunda final para vosotros en esta temporada. ¿Cómo de importante es esta victoria?
Muy buenas tardes a todos. La verdad que todavía estoy con las pulsaciones muy arriba. La verdad que mucho grito me hizo un desgaste grande.
Lo hemos visto.
Sí, pero bueno, la verdad que siento que lo meritaba el partido. Como decís vos, podía caber para el lado de ellos, podía caber para nuestro lado. Así que nada, estamos muy contentos por un montón de cosas a pesar del resultado. Y bueno, mañana se juega otra final. Se lo quiero dedicar a mi hermana de regalo para el cumple, para Caro. Así que nada, muy feliz y un saludo a todo el equipo también que nos hace el aguante. A seguir.
He's also very happy. He, in this match, could have won any of the rivals. They have been working hard, as I said before, and they're going to fight tomorrow for the title. So, this is it. Aquí dejamos las semifinales y nos vemos mañana en la final.
That was Claudia Navarro, the A1 Padel interviewer with the winners, Gonzalo Alfonso and Juani Di Pasquale, the talented 19-year-old Juani Di Pasquale. And Gonzalo Alfonso, you see them walking off court there, being congratulated by the president of the A1 Padel Global Tour, Fabrice Pastor, and Krista Guerra, the promoter of this A1 Padel Swedish Masters. Really great performance, match of the tournament. And what can we say? Deep breaths. We're exhausted here. It feels like we were on the court playing in this commentary box, and we hope you enjoyed it. We hope you, our viewer on ESPN Africa, has enjoyed this tournament thus far as much as what we have. One more match to go. Tomorrow's epic final between these originally number 3 seeds, Juan Di Pasquale and Gonzalo Alfonso, taking on the number 1 seeds, on this tournament and the World Padel stage, which is the A1 Padel Global Tour. Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco, and that will be a match to relish. Will be coming to you tomorrow afternoon, and we look forward to your company here. I'm Paulo de Carma signing off, and we wish you a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow for our final.